Arabia has indicated that they're interested in normalizing with Israel. This is Iran's opportunity to try to disrupt Saudi Arabia from normalizing with Israel, and we can't let that happen.
You know, that's Adam Bowler. I worked with Adam. He, Avi Berkowitz, Jared Kushner, Robert O'Brien, all key in getting those peace accords in the Middle East. And the key point that he just said there is Iran. How did you get peace accords with these countries? By crystallizing the true enemy here for the region, and that is Iran. Not just a threat to Israel, but a threat to the broader region at large. And that pushed these peace deals through.
Kaylee, you brought it up earlier. We talked about the response here back home in America. We talked about the response from the squad. Pete, you brought up the comparison to some of your college classmates who call for peace in the wake of 9/11 while there's still smoke coming up from downtown Manhattan. So here's an example of what Kaylee was talking about. This is Ilhan Omar, Congresswoman from Minnesota and member of the squad. I condemn the horrific acts we are seeing unfold today in Israel against children, women, the elderly, and the unarmed people who are being slaughtered and taken hostage by Hamas. Such senseless violence will only repeat the back-and-forth cycle we've seen, which we cannot allow to continue. We need to call for a de-escalation and ceasefire. I will keep advocating for peace and justice throughout the Middle East.
The old ceasefire when only one side's taken a shot so far.
Right.
I mean, basically, and it's to be expected. Here's her fellow squad member, Will, the socialist from the Bronx, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, saying this. Today is devastating for all those seeking a lasting peace and respect for human rights. I condemn Hamas attack in the strongest possible terms. No child and family should ever endure this kind of violence and fear. And this violence will not solve the ongoing oppression and occupation in the region. An immediate ceasefire and de-escalation is urgently needed to save lives.
And keep in mind, you know, these statements come not in a vacuum. They come from individuals, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, who you point out we've yet to hear from, who have anti-Semitism in their past, widespread, who have said horrific, horrific things. And yet they want a ceasefire. Unsurprising coming from this group.
Still ahead, the threat to international security as Iran-backed Hamas attack on Israel is deemed an intel failure. Is this part of a broader Iranian strategy?
Former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, shares his warning live from Jerusalem next.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
Lowe's knows you want the best quality products for the best price. And when you save more on the things you need, you can get more of the things you want. That's why if you find the same product for less, we'll match it. Shop now with the confidence of our lowest price guarantee.
Dale used to hide his smile. Now,
it's swishing time.
He uses TheraBreath Anti-Cavity Mouthwash for 24-hour cavity protection.
And it helps strengthen enamel. Not that you have any weaknesses.
Try TheraBreath Mouthwash.
It's a better mouthwash.
At Consumer Cellular, our customer service team is based here in America.
America?
America.
From sea to shining sea.
Beautiful.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
Fox Nation brings you closer to the truth with Fox Justice. And now is your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
If it wasn't you, who did it?
Exclusive crime stories you can't see anywhere else.
This is Jeffrey Dahmer as he actually is.
And terrifying true cases that have captivated the nation.
It was the largest sex ring in the history of America at that time.
There's a heck of a lot that still needs to be answered.
All part of Fox Justice on Fox Nation. Sign up today for your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
This was the largest attack on Israel in a half century.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the country is at war.
Allergens, viruses, bacteria, dangers to your breathing. Get My Pure Mist Ultra Pure Steam Inhaler. Boom, it's on. Germs destroyed, allergens terminated in their tracks. Pure effective steam making your sinuses happy. Whoa, breathing again. More than 1,000 5 stars on Amazon, so approved by you. My Pure Mist, the best thing to happen to breathing, period. And yeah, your local CVS and Amazon have it. Do it.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality. All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Do you have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that are degrading? Legacy Box professionally converts them to DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud. Legacy Box is simple and safe, with over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com today and get 50% off.
We're back with a Fox News alert this morning. Intelligence experts flabbergasted over how Hamas terrorists pulled off such a coordinated, expansive, and detailed sneak attack without Israel's elite networks finding out in advance. And a big question is, what does that mean for the safety of its allies, namely the United States as well? Former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, joins us now from Jerusalem. David, thank you for joining us. First of all, how are you? Give our viewers a sense of the environment in Jerusalem from your perspective.
Well, I'm fine. I've been through this, unfortunately, many times before. I'm sitting in my home with a bunch of grandchildren who are unfortunately experiencing this for the first time, and I feel for them because we're running in and out of shelters, and we have to explain to them what's happening. They don't understand why there are people that want to kill Jews, and it's an exposure to an ugly world that I wish I didn't have to share with them. But physically, I think we're fine. People down south, much less so.
David, it was a surprise to the world, but to the IDF as well. What's the conversation inside Israel surrounding the capabilities of Israeli intelligence, defense forces? Is it shaken right now?
Oh, it's shaken to the core. This is not consistent at all with Israel's perception of itself. The Israeli intelligence services, as you know, are the best in the world. And this was not a particularly sophisticated attack. This was a bunch of terrorists marching across the border, blowing up a fence. There's a buffer zone between Gaza and that border. They should have been intercepted before they ever got to the border. They blew up the fence. They marched through 22 towns, took over an army base for 10 hours. They killed a bunch of soldiers in their sleep. They proceeded, obviously, to commit atrocities, the likes of which I don't think we've seen since the Holocaust. So this has shaken the country to its core. And I think it's also taught everyone here, and it should teach everyone throughout the world, an important lesson, which is intelligence is incredibly important. Technology is incredibly important, but you know what? There's something about blocking and tackling that wins football games and keeps people safe. And the failure to intercept this march across the border tells me that people in Israel, the elite in Israel, and I think it may be true in America as well. They're focusing on shooting missiles out of the air at 500 miles an hour. They're focusing on the most sophisticated technologies that you need to, have a PhD in physics to understand. That's all very important. But look what brought Israel to its knees here. It wasn't any great technology. It wasn't a missile. It was just a simple ability to. But presumably to maybe hack into a camera system or hack into an early warning system for which there should be numerous redundancies. And it's telling, I think, people here, and I think it should tell people all around the world, it's not just about, technologies and physics and algorithms, it's also about, basically keeping your border safe And that's the lesson that I think America can gain from as well. You got to know who's in your country. You got to know what's on your border, and you got to be able to protect your border from bad people. And unfortunately, Israel learned maybe the most painful lesson in its 75-year history yesterday about how important it is to have basic security redundancies that keep people safe. And it's a colossal failure. This is, people call it, Israel's 9/11. I think it's, more like Israel's Pearl Harbor, because, the difference between 9/11 and Pearl Harbor is in Pearl Harbor, we knew exactly who the enemy was. And we knew we were hostile with them. 9/11, it took some time to figure out who the enemy was, to figure out where it came from. This, we knew in advance exactly who the enemy was and that they were trying to kill us. And we still failed to stop it from happening. So it's a crushing blow to Israel. I think, and I hope, and I pray that this lesson will now be internalized within Israel, and I hope among Israel's allies around the world, including my country, America, to get back to basics. You can't win a football game with a quarterback and a wide receiver. You need a guard, you need a tackle, you need a running back. Yeah, you need the whole package, and even the old-fashioned security devices and practices are so important.
One of the best breakdowns I've heard so far. David Friedman, thank you so much. God bless. Please keep us posted.
You too, Pete. Good. God bless you.
Good to see you. All right, stay with us. A live look at smoke rising in Gaza City as Israeli retaliation continues. Up next, an eyewitness to Hamas's attack on Israel joins us live with the horrific scenes on the ground.
If we want a more viable future for our kids, we need to find more sustainable ways of doing things. America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars in new technologies and creating plastic products that are more recyclable, durable, and dependable. Our goal is a cleaner, healthier planet for generations to come. For a better tomorrow, we're focused on making plastics better today.
Hey Peyton, thanks for hosting Slider Sunday.
You got it.
But aren't we missing something?
Look who saved Slider Sunday again!
Wow. Here we go. Perfect King's Hawaiian slider.
Tastes good too.
Classic Eli. Love that guy.
Seriously.
King's Hawaiian Slider Sunday.
The only way to Sunday.
We had such a great experience with Empire, we would recommend it to anyone.
Real customers share their stories about Empire today.
As a matter of fact, we already have. Customer service and the personal touch was really where it's at. The quality, too, is important to us, and the quality of the flooring was great. I mean, we've had people come in our home and say, wow, this is really beautiful. Where'd you have it done? Empire.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
Are you ready for life-changing prizes? Dude, somebody's gonna get this!
Go to onecountry.com to become a member today.
They line up by the thousands, each one with a story that breaks your heart. Like Rivette, every step brought her pain. Their only hope, Mercy Ships, the largest floating civilian hospital in the world, bringing free surgeries to people who have no other hope. $19 a month will help provide urgently needed surgery for so many still suffering. So don't wait. Call 877-426-9096 or donate at mercyships.org.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis.
Dad?
It can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking, with no routine blood tests required. Doctors have been prescribing it for nearly a decade. Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla had depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
With clear skin, movie night is a groovy night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older.
I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
Fox News alert this morning, Israel is reeling as Hamas murders hundreds while abducting innocent women, children, and soldiers right off the streets. Our next guest witnessed the attacks firsthand and today will be attending the funeral of a close friend's son, an IDF soldier murdered while defending his country. Israeli tour guide Robbie Berman joins us live. Robbie, I'm so sorry for the loss of your friend's son. How's he doing today?
Oh, the funeral, we haven't even had the funeral yet, so I don't know. I've not been in touch with them. And another friend in Efrat, his son was kidnapped. One of the soldiers was kidnapped. So it's really a very sad day for the whole country. Yeah.
Wow. And no updates yet on the location of your other friend whose son was kidnapped?
No, but I live in Tel Aviv, in the heart of Tel Aviv. And right now, as we're talking, I have a perfect view of Ichilov Hospital. And there are military helicopters landing every few minutes, unloading the wounded and then going back out to pick them up again. So this is an ongoing thing. The terrorists have not been cleaned outside of Israel. They're still terrorists in Israel. This is a huge, not just an intelligence failure, it's a huge military and political failure, but more military. How is it possible that they were managed to kill all the people, all the outlook posts, kill the soldiers, kill them in their sleep? And there's still, as we speak now, just a few hours ago, a woman said that she received a phone call from her niece who's 8 years old and said she's hiding inside her kibbutz. They have killed mommy and daddy. She's hiding with her 4-year-old brother underneath the bed. They've been there for hours. No one's coming to get them. I mean, this is an ongoing failure, an ongoing tragedy. Hundreds of people have been killed. Over 100 people have been kidnapped and brought into Israel. And these are old women, young children, young people going to the music fair. This is a tragedy. I think David Friedman was correct that this is kind of a Pearl Harbor. And I feel so bad for the innocent Palestinian women and children in Gaza, but there's going to be a lot of people who are going to die. This is a war. This is war. This is a full-time war. And this was done on the anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, and it exactly was like Yom Kippur. It was a bigger scale because at least in Yom Kippur War, it was the soldiers that bore the blunt, but here it was civilians that bore the blunt, and hundreds of Israelis have been killed. It's unbelievable. It's an act of war, and things are not going to be good here in this country for many, many months to come. And I will not be surprised that if in 6 months there's a committee of an inquiry, and the prime minister and the defense minister and the head of the chief of staff and the head of the Shabak, Ronen Bar, all have to resign because it's a failure of massive proportions, intelligence, military, and political.
Wow, Robbie, that just breaks my heart. You just mentioned a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old hiding
under a bed, looking at their parents on the floor, swimming in their own blood, saying they're not moving, they're dead. What do we do? Where are the police? People have been calling the police, and the police don't pick up the phone. You know why? Because the police in that area were attacked and they were killed. 30 policemen in one station were killed. This is this is an act of war of a scale that we haven't seen. In the Lebanon war that Israel had in 1983, for the whole 6 months war, only 670 soldiers, Israeli soldiers, died. We've had over 350 people die on the first day.
Wow.
This is huge.
Robbie, stay safe. A former colleague of mine in the Trump administration is in Tel Aviv, too. And he mentioned having to go up and down with his 6-year-old daughter between a bomb shelter and his residence. Absolutely tragic.
It's such a tragedy because people are dying. More people are going to die. We're spending trillions of dollars on nonsense. It's not going to get us closer to peace. It's not going to get Hamas closer to what they want. The GDP plummets. I'm a tour guide. I've given back last night probably about $6,000 in deposits. People are canceling left and right. This whole thing is just awful for everybody.
Robbie,
and the people that died, innocent people have died. Terrible.
My heart is with Israel right now. We will be praying for you as you attend that funeral today. Thank you very much, Robbie Berman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Straight ahead, Hamas's vicious attack turning a Jewish day of celebration into a night of terror. Will and Pete go off the wall with how it all started, the deep-rooted history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict next.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
Nope. Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when our clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
When you put a Mahindra Roxor in drive, you can count on staying nose to the grindstone. You'll be hay bale ballin' and heavy haulin', staying at it long after the cows come home. So, all day long, you stay strong. With 0% for 36 months or rebates up to $3,000, it's the perfect time to bring a Mahindra Roxor home.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
Buying a car from Vroom is so easy. All you need is a phone and a finger. Just go to Vroom.com, scroll through thousands of cars, then tap to buy. That's it. No sales speak, no wasted time. Go to Vroom.com and pick your favorites.
In 3 seconds, Pam will decide.
I'm moving closer to the grandkids. Wait, I gotta sell the house.
Don't wait. Just sell directly to Opendoor. Easy as pie.
Piece of cake.
Whichever. Get your competitive offer at Opendoor.com.
People say Analon X is the perfect pan. Tough, triple thickness Italian titanium plasma nonstick surface. Analon X is the only pan that keeps oil in the center. Patented SearTech surface. Analon X sears like cast iron. Ultra thick base stores heat like cast iron for great even sear. There's harmony in these carefully constructed pieces. Analon X, the most advanced safe nonstick cookware.
Hi, I'm Jason. I've lost 228 pounds on Golo. I don't ever want to go back to wearing a 4XL shirt or not being able to climb up stairs without taking a break. So I'm committed to Golo for life.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
This is gonna be hell on earth.
Let's go! Move, move, move!
Welcome to reality.
The world's toughest test
That's a long way down.
is back.
Oh my God.
Why are you here?
I want to get punished.
Fight!
And you can watch anytime.
This is not a game show.
Special Forces World's Toughest Test. Mondays at 9 on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Fox News alert: as chaos unfolds overseas in Israel, the root of the issue dates back centuries.
So let's go off the wall to break down the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflicts and how this one stacks up against others. Now, if you really want to start at the beginning, better open your Bible, because ultimately this land has been disputed all the way back to then. I mean, you go to Hebron today, the tomb of the patriarchs, Abraham and Isaac, where God said, this is the land will be for you and your descendants. But we'll fast forward about 2,000 years or more than 2,000 years to the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
And we should say at the outset, this is an extremely complex history with disputed facts, and we approach this with a great amount of humility, but hope to give you a little bit of context to understand the greater scope of history. You pointed out, Pete, the Ottoman Empire controlled this region for centuries, quite honestly, and it began its fall. You can see it controlled everything across North Africa, through Turkey, and up into Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe. And it began its collapse in the early 1900s. Ultimately, it was a participant in World War I alongside Germany and Italy, but its collapse begins to destabilize the region.
No doubt. So the losers of World War I ultimately get carved up, and through that carve up, you get the British Mandate, which that period of time, you can kind of liken it to the Romans and the Jews, 2,000 years before that. There's a foreign occupier. Some people looked kindly, certain Jews did on the British Mandate, but ultimately it became very, very controversial. It was declared with the Balfour Declaration.
That's right. So at the end of World War I, the League of Nations grants Britain basically control over the region. And that begins, as you point out, the carve-up, the ultimate process of the carve-up of the region into essentially nation-states. What was a tribal region of people of varying religions and interests became something more resembling the modern map of nation-states.
And Jews had lived all throughout Europe and had lived peacefully throughout Europe for quite some time. Then you saw the rise of anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism directed at Jews, most dramatically, obviously, in Germany and Nazi Germany. World War II happens. You have the Holocaust. And for a period of 20, 25 years, a lot of Jews there's a new Zionist movement forming around Jerusalem, return to our homeland. And so you see millions and millions of Jews returning to Israel, and that's when the conversation starts about a Jewish state.
And we don't want to take for granted, also we don't want to be patronizing, but don't take for granted that everyone understands all of the words, all the terms, all the geography, Gaza, the West Bank. So let's focus in on that, zoom our map in just on Israel. We've talked about these areas of Israel off and on, not just for the last couple of days, but for weeks and months and years. Pete has done a great job of highlighting what's happened here in the last couple of days. There are two Palestinian areas of Israel, largely the West Bank, which I believe, Pete, a good geographic comparison to this is Delaware, and the Gaza Strip, where we're focused right now, where most of this, not just rockets, but ground forces, chaotic terrorist ground forces poured out of Gaza.
And of course, this borders with Egypt. The Hamas used to be an affiliate of the Muslim Brotherhood, which emanated out of Egypt. They broke from them because they wanted to seek effectively the destruction of the state of Israel. The West Bank, it's also known as Judea and Samaria. So much of Israel is words and semantics and how it's framed. It's a place where a lot of sites that Christians and Jews would relate to are located. Bethlehem is in the West Bank. Jericho, if you know the walls of Jericho. The baptismal site of Jesus on the Jordan River in the West Bank as well.
Yeah, you can see the rough geographic approximations of the size of Gaza, which has been described as one of the most densely populated areas on Earth, and then the West Bank. And you go ahead, Pete.
It's super complicated. There's an Area A, Area B, Area C. Certain areas are controlled by the Israeli military, but there's the Palestinian Authority is in control of governance, and then there are some where the Israelis are in charge of governance. I mean, you cross different checkpoints all throughout the West Bank.
And you heard me reference it just a moment ago. Comparison of the West Bank roughly to the size of Delaware. Comparison of the entire state of Israel to the state of New Jersey here when we're talking about the geographic expanse. Let's go to a timeline again now. This is extremely complicated. We'll do our best to share with you what's happened over the past 80 years or so in the formation of Israel and the corresponding wars and fights.
And you can't minimize the impact of World War II, the recognition of the devastation of the Holocaust that happened there, and the opportunity for Jews to form a homeland. So there was, in 1947, the UN voted to divide that area into separate Jewish and Arab states. But of course, Arab countries didn't want Jews in the Middle East, and so there was a lot of consternation about that.
Yeah, I mean, it immediately ignites a war. But in 1948, the state of Israel is officially established at the wake of that war, a war in which Israel wins. Agreements are signed with Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon to reach formal peace treaties. And that, though, has always been tenuous and temporary.
America recognized Israel within 11 minutes of their declaration, and then they were almost immediately attacked by countries on all sides. A lot of people thought the Jewish state might not exist after that. They fought back and won, and therefore had a chance. This was the big one. The Six-Day War in 1967 reshuffled the whole deck because ultimately Israel, Bibi Netanyahu and his brother, I mean, they remember going onto the Temple Mount. I mean, the West Bank was recaptured. East Jerusalem was recaptured. The Golan Heights up here were taken, which were very strategically significant. And the Gaza Strip was taken by Israel as well. So the modern state of Israel, understood by Jews was established in 1967.
That Six-Day War is the big one, and the Yom Kippur War, which, by the way, we can highlight now, which was a short 6 years later in 1973. Total deaths, 21,000. This is sort of the mark people have pointed to at this moment in history, saying what we just witnessed yesterday is the worst since the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, and there was surprise here, but there were also preemptive strikes because you could tell that, Jordan was attacking and Egypt were attacking. These countries were coming. You hear in the rhetoric a lot, go back to the 67 borders. That's what you hear in conversation. And that is a carving back out of the West Bank, carving back out of Gaza, carving back out of the Golan Heights. But Israel has felt like having the Golan Heights provides their security. When you see the geography of Judea and Samaria and the West Bank, you realize how strategically significant that is. Because the Gaza Strip is an experiment in giving land over to the Palestinians. And what's happened there? It's turned into a terrorist.
And these wars, the 67 and 73 wars, were more state actor wars with Egypt and Syria and Jordan. Then you had the intifadas, in the first intifada in 87 to 93, and the second 2000 to 2005. And now you're talking about the Palestinian Authority, Hamas.
Talking about Yasser Arafat.
That's right.
Bill Clinton, meetings at the White House, and there was a lot of double talk. And then there were multiple Israeli prime ministers attempting to give land for peace, and then they would lose power. It's all been a tug of war, all of which has been meant to try to see whether or not Israel could survive.
There's a short and humble overarching bit of historical context that leads us to the doorstep of what happened over this past weekend. All right, Kaylee, over to you.
Turning now to some other headlines on the war in Israel. Happening today, the UN Security Council is scheduled to meet to discuss the ongoing violence in the Middle East. Brazil, which assumed the Security Council's rotating presidency this month, called for the emergency meeting while condemning the surprise Hamas attack on Saturday. The meeting will convene at 3 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon. Several major airlines are halting flights to Israel's largest airport. United Airlines, American Airlines, and Delta Airlines temporarily suspending flights to and from the international airport near Tel Aviv. Both Delta and American saying flights are suspended at least through today, while United says it will wait until conditions allow them to resume. Internationally, Air France, Lufthansa, and Emirates Airlines are all also pausing their service to Tel Aviv. Some American cities are boosting security in Jewish communities after the attacks in Israel. New York City, Miami Beach, Chicago, and Los Angeles are all taking measures to increase police patrol around Jewish neighborhoods and houses of worship. Those 4 cities are home to a significant portion of America's Jewish population. And those are your headlines. Coming up, could the horrifying attack in Israel put a peace deal with Saudi Arabia in jeopardy? A former IDF paratrooper and spokesperson for Israel's mission to the UN weighs in straight ahead.
You were diagnosed with thyroid eye disease a long time ago. And year after year, you weathered the storm and just lived with the damage that was left behind. But even after all this time, your thyroid eye disease could still change. Restoration is still possible. Learn how you could give your eyes a fresh start at TEDhelp.com.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Jack used to have gum problems. Now,
it's swishy time.
He uses TheraBreath Healthy Gums mouthwash to help fight gingivitis for 24 hours.
And it's not burning, so that heat's coming from you.
Try TheraBreath mouthwash.
It's a better mouthwash.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Hit it.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
More in Israel. Tom Cotton sounds off on the latest developments. Plus, Jim Jordan details what's next in his battle for the speakership on Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo.
Allergens, viruses, bacteria. Dangers to your breathing. Get My Pure Mist Ultra Pure Steam Inhaler. Boom, it's on. Germs destroyed, allergens terminated in their tracks. Pure effective steam making your sinuses happy. Whoa, breathing again. More than 1,000 5 stars on Amazon, so approved by you. My Pure Mist, the best thing to happen to breathing, period. And yeah, your local CVS and Amazon have it. Do it.
This stuff is a miracle. It took us 60 prototypes. Wow. When we made this stuff, it grew into the #1 dermatologist recommended sweat brand for all over the body. When people say this is the first thing I've tried that stopped my sweat, that makes my day. We have a sweat quiz that'll customize the products for you based on where you sweat, based on how much you sweat. Free shipping, money back guarantee. There's really no risk to giving it a try. If you had a sweaty face or sweaty underarms or sweaty hands, that's really why we made Carpe.
Avoid expensive treatments, injections, and prescriptions. Your total body sweat solution is available at mycarpe.com.
How do you make the most flavorful and delicious pasta sauce? At Botticelli, we grow our own tomatoes in Italy, then pick them fresh and rush them to our own kitchens, where we create farm-to-table pasta sauce in small batches, using only real, fresh ingredients. At Botticelli, we don't use artificial flavors, added sugars, or preservatives because nothing beats fresh. Only Botticelli can give your family a truly authentic Italian farm-to-table dinner. Get it at any retailer near you.
Being close. Every day we get closer. It seems it's for the first time a real one, serious.
I know you heard those words from the Saudi Crown Prince. What was your response?
Well, I was delighted to hear what he had to say, and to borrow a phrase, I think we're getting closer to peace every day that passes.
A Fox News alert. Barely 2 weeks ago, both the Saudi Crown Prince and Israeli Prime Minister were on the brink of a historic peace deal, which many now fear won't happen as Hamas terrorists attack Israel. Former IDF paratrooper Daniel Flesch served as spokesperson at Israel's mission to the UN, and he joins us now. Daniel, thanks for being with us. I'm just curious, as you join us this morning, where is your sentiment on that previously optimistic viewpoint that Saudi Arabia and Israel might be arriving at peace? Do you feel that optimism still today?
Well, I think this morning it's perhaps on hold at worst. Certainly, Israel's focus right now is securing its southern communities, is securing its border, pushing Hamas terrorists back into Gaza, as President Netanyahu stated yesterday, bringing the fight into Gaza and making sure that all Israeli civilians or soldiers that have been were brought into Gaza as captives yesterday are returned safely home. So in terms of peace with Saudi Arabia, that's certainly a long-term strategic objective, but right now Israel's focus is on making sure that it secures its own country.
But you and I both know it's also somehow intricately tied up in what just happened in Israel. There is the belief out there that, of course, Iran is behind what Hamas just executed in southern Israel. And Iran wants to interfere with a potential peace deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia. So there is a belief that if you can sow chaos, provoke a response from Israel, an overwhelming response from Israel, that you can then somehow get Saudi Arabia separated from Israel. Is that, how do you see that? A, do you believe that's the strategy from Iran? And B, will it be successful?
Well, I think you have to ask why this attack occurred yesterday. And there's a number of reasons you could posture, but one of the main ones is because, as you showed in the clip a little bit before, that normalization efforts between Saudi Arabia and Israel, as the interview with Bret Baier showed from the UN General Assembly week, have been progressing very positively. And so why now? Well, Iran's trying to play a spoiler to that potential normalization agreement, because if there's a normalization agreement, that effectively ends the 70-plus Arab-Israeli war, really the Arab war on Israel. So Iran has clearly activated its Hamas cat's paw in Gaza Strip. We're hearing already today that there's activity in Israel, Lebanon's southern border with Hezbollah, another Iran-sponsored terrorist organization. So certainly I think it's clear that Iran, having feel bolstered from a lot of the policies coming from this administration the last number of months, getting money for hostage exchanges and other measures have been taken. It's in feeling emboldened and wants to probably try to interrupt or intercept any sort of operation or agreement that Israel and Saudi Arabia could have.
And if in that estimation, is the strategic purpose then to provoke Israel into something that would somehow then turn off Saudi Arabia? A response from Israel that would make Saudi Arabia go, whoa, that's too much, Israel?
I think certainly, because Saudi Arabia is the custodians of the two holy cities of the mosque, and it's viewed itself as obviously the bulwark of the Arab world, particularly against Israel for the last 7+ decades. So if you're able to try to cleave them apart and try to have Hamas become the new front against Israel, certainly Saudi Arabia will look at that, and if Israel is taking the fight to other Muslims, to Palestinians, to what extent can Saudi Arabia then be a party to Israel? But again, I think the broader strategic position for Saudi Arabia is then to have peace with Israel, but right now Israel's focused on its own security concerns.
I got to run there. Thank you so much. It puts Bibi Netanyahu in a very difficult position. Thank you, Daniel. Straight ahead, nearly 2 p.m. Israel. That's what time it is right now. IDF forces are fighting back against Hezbollah and Hamas. Trey Yanks joins us live.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now, that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. There is, and it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Believe it or not, baby, at University of Phoenix,
You could earn your master's.
For under 11,000.
11.
Yes, 11!
Master's degree for under 11K in less than a year.
Some things are too obvious to be a coincidence. Earn your competency-based master's at University of Phoenix.
Let New Age products transform your garage into an area of your home you can be proud of. Modular steel cabinets let you pick and choose the storage solutions to keep your garage organized. With overhead racks and shelving, slat wall, workstations, and flooring that let you create a showroom garage to call your own. Designed for DIY installation, all you need is one weekend to take your garage from unusable to unbelievable. Visit us at newageproducts.com.
Did you know most vitamin supplements have a warning label on the back? That's because without the synergy of thousands of nutrients working together that are found naturally in whole fruits and vegetables, vitamins are not balanced. This is why Balance of Nature only uses whole fruits and vegetables, no isolates or synthetic vitamins of any kind. We take a variety of 31 of the highest quality fruits and vegetables and remove the water without changing the rich chemistry. It's then ground to a powder, blended to perfection, and encapsulated, preserving the nutrients and making it easy to get the fruits and vegetables you need. So even though Balance of Nature comes in a capsule and looks like a vitamin, it's very different. Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Way back in 1982, we took care of about 40 kids and had to turn away over 250. It was the emotion of that moment that said, man, that just isn't fair. And I think it was at that moment that Operation Smile was born.
Every 3 minutes, a child is born with a cleft condition. Thousands are waiting for the cleft surgery and care your support gives. They need you. Give joy and a new smile. Scan the code or go online to give today.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
I wanted to be proactive because I was terrified of losing my hair. Nutrafol is a more natural approach.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement.
Now I have this amazing head of hair.
Get started at Nutrafol.com/man.
We begin this hour with the war on Israel. A Hezbollah senior official now telling Hamas that, quote, our guns and rockets are with you, as the group claims responsibility for new attacks of their own on a location called Sheba Farms in the north of Israel.
Israel entering a second day of a multi-front war after Hamas invaded during a major Jewish holiday, killing at least 350 Israelis, children included, in the deadliest attack on the country in decades.
Babies, women, the elderly were dragged outside of their homes, were taken hostage. This is our 9/11.
Israeli Defense Forces now going after Hamas in Gaza City. An IDF spokesman says they have closed nearly 30 of the entry points Hamas used to get into Israel. Meanwhile, in Egypt, at least 2 Israelis and 1 Egyptian were shot and killed in the Mediterranean city of Alexandria. The suspected assailant, who is an Egyptian police officer, was detained.
Trey Yinks joins us live from southern Israel with the latest. Trey, you've done such great reporting. What is the latest down there?
Pete, Kaylee, Will, good morning. The latest along the Gaza border is heavy fighting. Hamas militants have infiltrated again into some of the communities along the border between Israel and Gaza. Overnight, new video was released by the Israeli military of drone strikes and missile attacks. You can hear off in the distance that the Israelis are shelling the Gaza Strip right now with artillery units they've lined up along the border. But again, Hamas fighters have not given up. They are still trying to take Israeli territory. Today, just about an hour ago, we were at a scene where 2 militants had stolen a car, a civilian car, and drove toward a populated area called Ashdod, a city just north of here. They were engaged in a gun battle with Israeli forces, and a number of militants were killed, and they were worried that one of them escaped. So these forces had their guns drawn, and they were prepared for more fighting even north of the Gaza Strip. In terms of what took place overnight, you saw the images from inside Gaza, Israel launching a massive air campaign targeting high-rise buildings and a number of different Hamas positions. Also militants on motorcycles that were trying to cross again into Israel. This is a very fluid situation, and it's not just taking place here along the border anymore. We know that in the north of Israel, in Sheba Farms, an area that has been controlled by decades by Israel, there was Hezbollah attacks against Israeli positions, mortar and rocket fire, indicating that Israel is now indeed facing a multi-front conflict, really the nightmare situation for the Jewish state. And again, part of the reason that Israel has mobilized hundreds of thousands of reserve forces. This country is at war, and they are preparing for escalation. Back to you.
Trey, we're all here struck by the first sentence of your report, which is Hamas has infiltrated again. Are these fighters who came in on the first wave and then maybe weren't found? Are they still crossing from Gaza into Israel? I mean, what's the status?
Yes, some of the fighters hid in southern Israel and came into this area during that initial push yesterday morning. But the concerning development is that Hamas controls enough territory along the border inside Israel still that they're able to send reinforcements. And overnight, they tried to send more along the beach. The Israeli Navy releasing video showing them striking militants that were trying to cross into Israel. But further south along the Gaza Strip, they still are in control of Israeli areas, and there are reports of gun battles taking place right now between the Israeli military and these militants. So they still have enough room that they're able to push their militants from Islamic Jihad and Hamas into southern Israel and engage the Israeli forces. It is unheard of, and it's really hard to wrap your mind around that. Given this elite army in Israel, they are still faced with this threat from Hamas on the ground, not just rocket fire from the air.
Trey, can you help me understand with a little more detail the initial incursion on the ground into southern Israel? A couple elementary questions. Is Gaza completely surrounded by a border wall? Is it more like the American southern border where there are parts of border wall, parts checkpoints? And then just let me ask you a secondary question to that, Trey. Was the incursion from just a couple of points, or was it all throughout? How many different places was the barrier breached for these fighters to go into southern Israel?
So from the preliminary information that we have, it appears more than 24 locations along the border were breached. This was a coordinated attack by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. There is a fence, a barrier, or a wall at every point along the Gaza Strip. It was touted by the Israelis as one of the most secure borders in the world. We actually went there and they showed us this technology under the ground with sensors. We've seen the drones overhead that monitor the Gaza Strip 24/7. And that's part of the perplexing reason that people are simply confused about how this could have taken place. A massive intelligence failure, clearly, but also an indication that Israel was caught flat-footed. And you saw this by the fact that these militants not only were able to infiltrate into southern Israel and massacre civilian families unopposed, but they were able to capture Israeli tanks and military vehicles and drive them back into the Gaza Strip.
Well, Trey, I had read that 2 groups of hostages were released or secured, rather, by the Israeli army, the IDF forces. Any update on how many hostages there currently are, the chances of them being rescued?
Yeah, last night we got a piece of good news amid this horrific story, and it was that 11 people were freed in a hostage rescue. Basically, special forces went in, they killed what we understand 4 militants from Hamas that were holding these people in a dining hall in one of the communities along the border, and rescued all of those Israelis. Also, some more good news amid this horrific story this morning. Either foreign workers or individuals who were at this music festival, we haven't been able to confirm the identities of them, but dozens of people who were hiding in a drainage ditch. Wow. They ran during the initial infiltration along the border, and they were just found last hour by Israeli forces and rescued. So we are getting these pieces of information. The story is changing each and every minute. And there are still families in southern Israel that aren't sure if their loved ones are alive or dead. I want to just tell you a quick story to really give you how close to home this hits for the Israeli people. Our technician has a brother that lives in one of the communities along the border, and he didn't hear from him yesterday for 12 hours. And we learned this morning that he survived. His family survived. They were inside of a shelter in their house, and Hamas militants entered their home and fired on the door of the shelter trying to get in. And just by chance, they were able to survive. But this shows you just how close this war is to everyone here in Israel, and families waiting these harrowing hours just trying to understand if their loved ones were alive or dead. And you can just really understand how difficult that was and continues to be for many families here in southern Israel whose loved ones are still unaccounted for.
Trey, one more question. Any idea of how many terrorists made their way into southern Israel? How many men running around with guns, taking hostages, invading small villages and towns? And then as a backup question to that, I think you already answered it. Has Israel reestablished control of that border with Gaza?
Yeah, so we understand that hundreds of militants crossed the border into Israel during this initial infiltration. And once areas were opened there, according to sources we spoke with inside Gaza, supporters of Hamas and Islamic Jihad also came in to help them kidnap these civilians and soldiers. It was chaos along the border, and many of the troops were caught off guard. They were in bed, they were sleeping on Shabbat, this Saturday in Israel. And when they were able to engage some of these gunmen that entered into their country and took over military bases along the border, they were simply outnumbered. There were firefights that took place, and top commanders and soldiers in these communities along the border and at these military installations were killed in firefights or captured. They have not been able to regain control of the entire Gaza border region, and that is part of the concern today. They still don't have a full picture of how many people were killed in certain communities and what type of territory Hamas still controls. When you look at the Gaza Strip, it's dozens of miles long. It's actually quite a small enclave, but there are many Israeli communities that sit along the border, sometimes just a few hundred feet from the Gaza border. So these militants were able to infiltrate these neighborhoods, take over houses and other buildings, and we understand at this hour they still are engaged in firefights with the Israeli military.
Wow. Sobering update from Trey Yinks. Trey, thank you so much for those details and that information. God bless. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Thank you, Trey.
It's staggering. I mean, having been there in that location right next to the Gaza Strip, I've been in one of the tunnels there that was used before. It is, not only is there a border, but there's a buffer zone leading up to the border and from the border, which is presumably kind of a DMZ, a no man's land, where if you're in that area, you're up to no good and you will be dealt with. So him emphasizing, what did he say, 24 points of entry?
Yeah.
Where they were able to breach the border. I mean, that means it was, I think you could use the phrase almost a bum rush. Too many places, too many people, hundreds, and then you've got, we've seen the images online of these motorized paragliders of people, and then through the sea as well.
And then Hamas.
Sophisticated.
Yeah, Hamas sympathizers joining in. And the reality for these people, it's tragic. I spoke with Robbie Berman last hour. He's attending his friend's son's funeral today. 27-year-old Israeli soldier killed yesterday, being buried today. And he told me a very tragic story. A 4-year-old and an 8-year-old now under a bed. Listen to what he had to say.
As we speak now, just a few hours ago, a woman said that she received a phone call from her niece, who's 8 years old, and said she's hiding inside her kibbutz. They have killed mommy and daddy. She's hiding with her 4-year-old brother underneath the bed. They've been there for hours. No one's coming to get them. I mean, this is an ongoing failure, an ongoing tragedy. Hundreds of people have been killed. Over 100 people have been kidnapped and brought into Israel. And these are old women, young children, young people going to the music fair. I feel so bad for the innocent Palestinian women and children in Gaza, but there's going to be a lot of people who are going to die. This is a war. This is war. This is a full-time war, and this was done on the anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, and it exactly was like Yom Kippur. It was a bigger scale.
Yeah.
Bigger, but at the same time, not so sophisticated. We've heard that testimony throughout the morning, that it was more chaotic, more of a bum rush, as you just described, Pete. And people have pointed out as well, that seems odd, that it could not have hit the radar of Israeli intelligence, one of the most sophisticated intelligence operations in the world. And it also serves, I think, as a warning, even to the United States of America, with our border. It's a failure of imagination that you consistently think of the wrong things, and often too big. Don't think small enough. And the way that someone can sow chaos and terrorism. In fact, former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, talked about the threat was actually in its lack of sophistication.
This was not a particularly sophisticated attack. This was a bunch of terrorists marching across the border, blowing up a fence. There's a buffer zone between, Gaza and that border. They should have been intercepted before they ever got to the border. They blew up the fence. They marched through 22 towns, took over an army base for 10 hours. They killed a bunch of soldiers in their sleep. They proceeded, obviously, to commit atrocities, the likes of which I don't think we've seen since the Holocaust. It's not just about, technologies and physics and algorithms. It's also about, basically keeping your border safe. And that's the lesson that I think America can gain from as well. You got to know who's in your country. You got to know what's on your border, and you got to be able to protect your border from bad people.
Got to think about the gotaways, right?
Yeah, a great
gotaways
point.
in our country.
You can't help I mean, obviously we're focused on Israel this morning, but you can't help but draw that comparison to what we're doing on our southern border right now. Let's break down a little bit more what the ambassador was talking about there, because it was not sophisticated in the use of technology, but it was certainly coordinated. We know that. And just orient you real quick to the map again. Again, state of Israel. Comparison, I did it incorrectly last hour, about the size of the state of New Jersey. So let's say we didn't control the Holland Tunnel and we didn't control the Lincoln Tunnel into New York. That would give you a sense of the ability of enemies to enter the city. This morning, we're talking about Hezbollah. OK, this is a group of Islamic militants in the north that are tied in, have basically taken control of the state of Lebanon. They're now lobbing rockets into the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights is a strategic location up here in the north. It's heights for a reason. It's up high. You can oversee Syria, but you can also look down into Israel. So if you control the Golan Heights, you control basically the entire northern portion of Israel with your ability to bring artillery down. So they've now entered into a conflict that we've so far been focused down here in the Gaza Strip. And this is where Trey Yingst is reporting in the south of Israel. This is where the majority of attacks have occurred. I'm going to move forward to the rocket attacks, which is really the cover that was used to provide the ground assault. The ground assault is where most of the casualties have occurred. When you talk about the 350 Israelis that have been killed, a lot of it is at the point of a gun from Hamas terrorists in their home. But it was we're hearing upwards of 3,000 rockets, which is the equivalent of the amount of rockets that were fired in entire conflicts in the state of Israel. So the Iron Dome technology that we hear so much about that shoots missiles down, the sophistication that David Friedman's talking about, technology, it was simply overwhelmed. They couldn't shoot every rocket down. So if you have hundreds and thousands of rockets raining in from the Gaza Strip throughout Israel, and we're talking Tel Aviv now, we're talking Jerusalem right here. You create the cover for a ground invasion. As people go to their bunkers to cover themselves, that's when Hamas made their infiltration into a lot of parts of the south. And Trey's reporting is just staggering. Again, here's an orientation. This is the Gaza Strip. Again, given over to the Palestinians in 2005. Hamas, a terrorist organization, takes it out in 2007. They've spent 15 years building up a terror army there. And, Will, you asked the right question. There's a fence around the entire thing with a buffer zone. But according to Trey Yingst, it wasn't just one location. It was upwards of 24 across that border where it was breached. And some locations, and we don't know exactly where they are right now, which are still under control of Hamas, which means if you've got attacks throughout, and we've heard of at least 20, 25 towns in southern Israel, where residents woke up at 6 in the morning to Hamas terrorists in their yard, in their home, with rifles, either killing innocent civilians or taking hostages. Apparently, that pipeline remains open at this moment in certain locations. Zakim Base, which is one of the locations we've talked about, actually was a part of a naval assault. So not only have they tried to come through the wall, they've tried to come through the ocean, the IDF trying to interdict them. A crossing location right here is one of the locations you've seen some video from this morning. A heavily fortified IDF military base swarmed quickly. Vehicles taken, confiscated from that particular location. One last thing I want to leave with you guys. Yes, it's a small location, but it's one thing to hit towns that are just across the Gaza Strip. It's another thing when the reality is that towns 15 miles away, which means not only are you flying in on a paraglider or walking across an open border, you're getting on a motorcycle or in a vehicle and you're driving specifically to towns and locations. One of those locations, Will, where a lot of the video has come from, that music festival, which had been, I guess, an all-night festival, part of a celebration. And there's an image online where you can see these young Israelis raving and dancing. It's like 6 in the morning. And in the background, they're not even noticing at this point, are motorized paragliders flying in the background, seeking to kill them.
A young girl named Noah was at that festival, and there's a video of her. You see her going away on a motorcycle shouting, "They're going to kill me. Don't kill me." And her boyfriend left behind, both missing at this hour.
Yeah. Horrific. Still ahead, a live look at Gaza City as Israeli Defense Forces begin to strike back. General Jack Keane joins us with live reaction next.
In 3 seconds, Janice will win a speedboat.
Bingo! I'm moving to the lake! Gotta sell the house.
Ooh, that's a lot of work. Don't worry, skip the hassles and sell directly to Open Door.
Bingo.
Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
The Masked Singer. Season 10 kicked off with the most incredible reveal ever.
I am so starstruck right now.
It only gets bigger and better.
We got the trolls in the building. It's NFL night. Harry Potter night.
Oh my God!
There's still so much in store.
We've never seen that.
It's a can't-miss season. The Masked Singer, all new Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily. So we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
Why do vitamins and supplements cost so much more now? Other companies are charging you more and more for less and less, and we hate that. That's why Force Factors partnered with Walmart to provide amazing supplements at great prices for all Americans. Force Factor products use clinically studied, patented ingredients to powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Rush to Walmart and unleash your potential with Force Factor.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements. Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the Taylor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. Taylor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. Taylor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
We're back with a Fox News alert. Hezbollah, translated as the Army of God, now joining fellow terrorist Hamas, pummeling Israel with rockets, killing hundreds of Israelis, and taking innocent women and children and soldiers hostage. Israeli Defense Forces now hitting back, striking 3 military headquarters of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired 4-star General Jack Keane joins us now. General, so much to ask you. Just your reaction with all the developments you've seen of where this is going.
Yeah, well, certainly the Israelis are recovering from a surprise attack that just broke down the sense of invincibility that the people have always had about its security forces and its military forces. I mean, you've described it fully here in terms of how the devastation of this attack, because it was literally focused on the Israeli people, and the kind of pressure and political heft and weight that puts on the prime minister in terms of retribution here and using his military forces to stamp out as much of Hamas as possible is certainly present. And those calculations are going to have to be made very carefully about the level of force that they are going to use here. Certainly they're trying to avoid what you just pointed out is Hezbollah's significant involvement. This is a very different organization than Hamas. This is an organization that is really a military force as well as a terrorist organization. They claim 100,000 participants. Most analysts give them somewhere around 25 to 30,000. But they have 130,000 rockets and missiles, all provided by Iran. And these missiles are not homemade rockets like a lot of Hamas's are that are short range. These have more lethality, greater range, and greater precision. And this is really quite significant. And the last time the Israelis tangled with Hezbollah in 2006 in Lebanon, they didn't do so well. And they had to retreat out of there, and all of their service chiefs were fired by the prime minister because of the incompetence that they displayed. So this is something the Israelis do not want to happen, and I'm certain they're on the phones dealing with, as the United States are, with our Arab partners. You know, recognize now that Israel actually has Arab partner relationships, and they're certainly talking to them and then trying to leverage them about this not happening with Hezbollah, certainly. The Iranians are behind all of this. Anybody that doesn't believe that doesn't really understand what is happening here. And they have been able to accomplish something pretty significant. We saw normalized relations on the pathway to success with Saudi Arabia and Israel, and that would have been a paradigm geopolitical sea change in the Middle East. They didn't want any part of that. At least they've taken it off the table and delayed it. Whether it off the table completely, I hope that's not the case. I think that would be a premature conclusion to come to that.
Yeah. General, you've hit at all levels, and you've got the tactical, the operational, the strategic, and the prime minister has to deal with all of those. You mentioned the retribution that the Israeli people are going to expect, and they will, and we've heard it already. How do you get that retribution without bringing Hezbollah into the fight?
It's going to be very tough. And that is why I think they're going to use all sorts of pressure points to keep them out of this fight, mostly diplomatic and political persuasion. If they get into it, obviously it's going to be much more complicated a fight than what we have. The Israelis rely on Iron Dome dealing with Hamas quite a bit because most of their rockets are short range. They've got another air defense system, David Sling, which deals with much longer range systems. But the quality of the Hezbollah systems and the range and the precision of them is really quite significant. Yes, the other problem they have here, and you've been covering it very adequately, is the hostages. I don't think we really know the exact number yet. But obviously, in this plan, this brazen, savage plan that Hamas came up, they purposely took hostages. They obviously killed other civilians, but they took hostages because at some point they want to negotiate. So there is some leverage there, and I'm certain also the Israelis, the United States is likely talking to third parties here to try to work through this. The Egyptians have done some of this in the past, and they are likely candidates to step forward here as well to work just the hostage issue, which certainly complicates any military operation
no doubt
that they're proposing to do inside of Gaza.
Real quick, and we're almost out of time, General. Do you believe boots on the ground in Gaza is in the future here for Israeli troops?
I suspect it is because they've got to get in there and get the rest of these rockets and missiles and the military enclaves that are in Gaza. You accurately described it. There's 2.3 million people there, and they shield their military capabilities among the people, under hospitals, other population centers. So when you think of the Gaza terrorist army, think also of the people. They're one and the same. So to go in there and deal with this is always a very complicated situation, you know, for the Israeli military. They've done it a few times. And the significance of this is dealing just with Gaza. I mean, we want to compare it to the 73 war, the 67 war. But since they have been in charge, Hamas, 2007, there's been 4 incursions that have taken place in the 16 years. 300 casualties on the Israeli side during those 16 years. We've had over 350 casualties in a 24-hour experience. That is really quite significant in terms of what they've been able to impose on them. The casualties going into Gaza certainly will rise significantly among the civilian population. It's unavoidable to bring that kind of military force in a city where people live literally on top of one another, and the military capability is folded right into that population.
No doubt. General Jack Keane, really appreciate your time. Hope we get a chance to talk to you again real soon. Thank you.
Yeah. Take
All
care,
right.
Pete.
You got it. Straight ahead, a senior member of Israel's National Paramedic Service shares the latest from the ground. That's coming up.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Hit it. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. 1, 2, get loose now. It takes two to make it. It takes two to make it.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to Ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit Ownerly.com today.
I love cooking with Analon X. It's just the best. So whenever I'm cooking and I put the oil in the center of the pan, it stays right where I put it.
So one of the things I noticed about these pans is they have this beautiful sear-tech surface. And it just makes the searing way easier compared to my old nonstick pans.
It cooks really evenly, so there's no hot spots, so everything turns out amazing.
Overall, things taste much better.
Shop now and get free shipping at AnalonX.com.
Frustrated by skin tags? Dr. Scholl's has the breakthrough you've been waiting for. The first FDA-cleared at-home skin tag remover, clinically proven to remove skin tags safely in as little as 1 treatment.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
It was the crime that rocked the nation.
DNA was found at the crime scene.
Genetic genealogy is one of the most objective investigative techniques out there.
You could generate a DNA profile from as little as 5 cells.
It's going to change everything, isn't it?
We believe it is.
Bloodline, DNA Detectives and the Moscow Murders. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up today for your last chance to get your first 3 months for $1.99.
This is going to be hell on earth.
Let's go! Move, move, move!
Welcome to reality.
The world's toughest test
That's a long way down.
is back.
Oh my God.
Why are you here?
I want to get punished.
Fight!
And you can watch anytime.
This is not a game show.
Special Forces World's Toughest Test. Mondays at 9 on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
When you can't watch, listen. Listening.
Fox News alert, at least 400 are now dead and more than 2,000 hurt as Hamas terrorists continue attacks in Israel. Our next guest is the chief of staff of Israel's National Paramedic Service, which is responsible for 96% of the country's blood supplies. Uri Shacham joins us live from Israel with an update. Uri, thank you for being with us this morning. Amidst this horrible tragedy, we appreciate you giving us some time, and our thoughts and our prayers are with you, your services, and your countrymen. Tell us, what is the latest? What can you share with us about the response from your medical response team to the events of the last couple of days?
So, as everyone knows, Israel is in war for the last couple of days. At 6:30 a.m. Yesterday morning, a barrage of rockets started on southern of Israel. What was amazing is Magen David Adom, my organization teams, are usually responding for rocket attacks during this incident. And suddenly we started receiving calls on shooting incidents or people that are hurt from shooting incidents. So while responding for terror attacks or for rocket and missiles attacks, suddenly our people encounter a lot of people that are being shot. And throughout the day yesterday, it was a constant battle to reach victims in the entire surrounding of Gaza, in the entire southern part of Israel, treating both people that were shot, both people that were hit by shrapnel. Now, please understand that usually when you encounter rocket attacks, those are shrapnels, sometimes small shrapnels. When you are being hit by AK-47, those are much harder injuries, and our people had to treat many severely injured persons.
Right.
Unfortunately, we have one team member that was killed in action when he responded to one of the calls. A terrorist, a Hamas terrorist, stood in the middle of the road and shot him while he was driving an ambulance. He was going to save lives, and he was killed by on his way over there.
Yeah, that's horrific news, Uri, and that was actually going to be my question and follow-up to you, because you talked about what a difficult day that was yesterday. Had to be in part because it wasn't yet secured. You were probably responding to areas that were still, if not under attack, still unsecured, increasing the risk for your services.
Indeed. Usually, when there are rocket attacks on Israel, people are going to shelters, while Magen David Adom paramedics go out of the shelters. This time, everyone were insecure. We used some of our ambulances are armored, so we could reach safely or relatively safe to the scenes, but not all of them, and most of the ambulances just were going on the streets, and our teams had to do their job with a lot of brave by risking themselves. By risking themselves from terrorists that were hiding in civilian houses, on rooftops, and in the bushes.
Absolutely. Last question for you, Uri. You know, I think there's a lot of focus as that number sadly continues to climb, 400 dead. But there's the other number, the 2,000 injured, and that's the number that I imagine that your organization is reaching. Just what types of injuries are you experiencing among that massive number of people?
Unfortunately, yesterday we experienced a lot of shooting injuries. That's multiple shots to the abdomen, to the chest, sometimes to the head. Sometimes they were combined, because if somebody was hit by shrapnel from a rocket, then a terrorist could come and also shoot him. This requires our team to use all the medical equipment that they have in the ambulance, and make sure that people are not only being safely treated, but also being evacuated fast to the hospitals because of bleeding that can cause them damages, even in a short time they are in the ambulances themselves.
Right. Yeah. Such sad news that you share, but also such brave work that you're doing, and we wish you the best of luck, and thank you so much. Please continue doing this wonderful work.
If you want to support the Magen David Adom, please go to afmda.org. That's afmda.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very much, and thanks for being with us today. All right, coming up, Biden offers verbal support as critics blast the administration for empowering Israel's enemies. John Ratcliffe is one of those critics, and he joins us live next.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now, that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. There is, and it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Eating balance of nature, fruits and veggies, is not replacing the fruits and vegetables in your diet. It is fruits and vegetables in your diet. Ask yourself, how many servings of fruits and vegetables have I eaten today? Have you eaten 1, 2, 3, and from how many varieties? Most people are less than 3. Our body is an amazing chemical laboratory, and when you give it the right chemistry, it functions the best. Balance of Nature is 31 different fruits and vegetables prepared in a way to give you the ultimate whole fruit and vegetable chemistry. Let Balance of Nature help you supplement your fruit and vegetable intake for a lot less money and a lot less work and a much higher quality of life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Hey Peyton, thanks for hosting Slider Sunday.
You got it.
But aren't we missing something?
Look who saved Slider Sunday again! Wow. Here we go. Perfect King's Hawaiian slider. Tastes good too.
Classic Eli. Love that guy.
Seriously.
King's Hawaiian Slider Sunday.
The only way to Sunday.
Kayaking is my thing.
Running is awesome. But her moderate to severe eczema would make her skin so uncomfortable.
Now I'm staying ahead of it.
Dupixent helps heal your skin from within so they can have clearer skin and less itch. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
Realtor.com's Real View maps show you precise wildfire, flood, and noise ratings on every home listing.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the price.
That's
Barbara?
Sorry, I was muted. That's amazing.
I know, right?
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Messy happens. When it does, there's Homaglow. For just $19, Homaglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
A Fox News alert as Hamas terrorists target Israel. President Biden facing backlash after clearing the path to release $6 billion in frozen Iranian assets just weeks ago. But the administration pushing back, insisting the money had nothing to do with funding attacks on Israel, claiming, quote, these restricted funds cannot go to Iran. It can only be used for future humanitarian related purposes. Any suggestion to the contrary is false and misleading. John Ratcliffe served as Director of National Intelligence under President Trump. When I was there, he joins us now to react. Great to have you this morning. What a perfect guest. What is your reaction, John, when you hear Andrew Bates in the press shop say zero taxpayer dollars, no Iranian money spent yet, when spent Iranian money can only be used by private actors?
My reaction, Kaylee, is as it has been from day one, those words ring hollow from the Biden administration. They're disingenuous at best. Look, it's not even just this $6 billion, which clearly is going to further enrich Iran. It's closer to $60 billion. If you look at what the Biden administration has done to help this Islamic terrorist regime in Iran, by stop enforcing sanctions, by lifting restrictions, by allowing Iranian oil to increase by 650% over the last 2 years, from 400,000 barrels of oil a day to 3 million barrels of oil a day. All of this has strengthened an Iranian regime that, Kaylee, we left weaker and poorer than it had been in the last 20 years. And instead, they've largely been funded by the Biden administration's actions in allowing them to strengthen their position and to create this kind of mayhem. I don't think it's unfair, Kaylee, to say that, Iran funded Hamas here, but the Biden administration helped fund Iran.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, when you and I were in the administration, September of 2020, we all sat on the south lawn of the White House and we watched Bahrain and UAE normalize relations with Israel. First time we'd had any peace accord like that since 1996. It was a day of celebration. Are you surprised? Fast forward, that was September of 2020. We're September of 2023. You have war in Israel. Is this a change in leadership? I mean, it seems pretty clear.
Well, I'm not surprised because of the actions that I just outlined. The real problem here, Kaylee, is not just folks like you and me, but everyone around the world now perceives the real problem, which is that there is daylight between the U.S. and Israel as allies, that the relationship has changed in the last 2 years because of the actions that I just outlined, where, the Biden administration wouldn't even meet with the Israeli prime minister, but at the same time they were courting and at times begging this Iranian regime to do everything from restarting nuclear talks to engaging in these kind of, ultimately ransom payments. And ultimately everyone sees that in the Middle East. And that is really what is playing out here before us right now. Iran wanted a lethal injection into the normalization and the extension of the Abraham Accords and the possible normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, and they have accomplished it.
So if you were president right now, if we were still in the administration, what would you do today in reaction to what we saw play out yesterday at 6:30 a.m.?
Yeah, unfortunately, what I would do is not what's going to happen here, which is that Israel and Saudi Arabia are not going to get the kind of assurances and guarantees that they need to make sure that Iran doesn't get what they want, to make sure that the normalization of those relations and the further building of Arab partners for Israel occurs. And the U.S., with strong leadership, can do that. Obviously, you just outlined, Kaylee, we saw it work. It could continue to work, but it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen in the next year and a half in this administration because no one believes the authenticity of the Biden administration when it comes to saying we stand with Israel. They haven't stood with Israel for 2.5 years. They've stood closer to Iran than they have to Israel, and that's why we have mayhem and war in the Middle East.
Yeah, Gone are the days of peace through strength. John Radcliffe, thank you very much.
You bet. Great to see you, Kaylee.
Good to see you. Israel's former ambassador to the UN joins us live from Tel Aviv next.
And Doug. And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
Are you replacing me?
With this guy?
Customize and save with Liberty Bibberty.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Oh, look, a bee-boo.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In 3 seconds, Pam will decide.
I'm moving closer to the grandkids. Wait, I gotta sell the house.
Don't wait. Just sell directly to Opendoor. Easy as pie.
Piece of cake.
Whichever. Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we take pride in providing such a special symbol for our country. All of our flag's materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older.
I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Try killing bugs the worry-free way, not the other way. Zevo traps use light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor and no mess. They work continuously, so you don't have to. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Hi, I'm Michael. I've lost 62 pounds on Golo, and I have kept it off. Most of the weight that I gained was strictly in my belly, which is a sign of insulin resistance. But since Golo, that weight has completely gone away, as you can tell. Thanks to Golo and Release, I've got my life and my health back.
Nothing gives away your age like thinning skin. For me, it's on the backs of my hands and chest. Now you can help restore and rejuvenate thinning fragile skin with Dermen Fragile Skin Daily Moisturizing Formula. Get Dermen now in the first aid aisle.
War in Israel. Tom Cotton sounds off on the latest developments. Plus, Jim Jordan details what's next in his battle for the speakership on Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo.
Do you have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that are degrading? Legacy Box professionally converts them to DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud. Legacy Box is simple and safe, with over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too loose there? Too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements. Tailor custom jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Tailor on iOS or Android.
Allergens, viruses, bacteria. Dangers to your breathing. Get My Pure Mist Ultra Pure Steam Inhaler. Boom, it's on. Germs destroyed, allergens terminated in their tracks. Pure effective steam making your sinuses happy. Whoa, breathing again. More than 1,000 5 stars on Amazon, so approved by you. My Pure Mist, the best thing to happen to breathing, period. And yeah, your local CVS and Amazon have it. Do it.
Why do vitamins and supplements cost so much more now? Other companies are charging you more and more for less and less. And we hate that. That's why Force Factors partnered with Walmart to provide amazing supplements at great prices for all Americans. Force Factor products use clinically studied, patented ingredients to powerfully improve your health. But they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Rush to Walmart and unleash your potential with Force Factor.
Fox News alert, America's greatest ally in the Mideast under attack. Hamas terrorists murdering hundreds of innocent Israelis while brutally kidnapping Israeli women, children, and soldiers.
The UN Security Council is scheduled to meet this afternoon to discuss the ongoing violence.
Our next guest knows all about the inner workings of the Israeli government. Former Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, is a member of Israel's Knesset, and he joins us now. Danny, thank you so much for being here. We're with you in these terrible days. Give our viewers a sense of what Israel's facing and what you think the reaction should be.
Good morning. It's very hard for us today. We are counting the number of casualties, and as we speak, it's going to be hundreds of people who were massacred yesterday, dozens who were kidnapped into Gaza. It's painful times for us, and we know that many people around the world are praying for us, and we are grateful for that. But at the same time, we are determined to fight back. We are determined to win the war against evil, the same way you did when you fought after 9/11 and when you fought against ISIS. We are fighting the same evil here, barbaric, radical Muslims who came into our communities and committed horrible, horrific war crimes against innocent kids, women. I don't know if you saw the footage of elderly women, Holocaust survivors, who were dragged into Gaza by those militants. So we are strong, we will prevail, it will be painful, and we will need the support of our allies, because the UN Security Council will meet and will discuss it, but in a few days, when we will actually go into Gaza to hunt down the Hamas, I'm not sure that the UN will be with us. And then we will need the US and other allies to stand with us.
Danny, to that point about the United Nations, it seems like their sole purpose is to just target Israel. Syria, you look last year at their resolutions condemning certain countries. Syria gets 1, North Korea gets 1, Iran gets 1, Russia gets 6, but move on over to Israel, 15. They seem to target Israel. Do you have any hope that the UN will step up and change course after this terrorist attack?
I don't have any expectations from the UN. And I will not be surprised that today, after the debate they will have, they will call both sides to de-escalate the situation. How can they do that? You don't have both sides. You have terrorists, barbaric terrorists who came and butchered innocent families, and you have a sovereign state who defends itself. So with all due respect, don't do that equation, I tell the UN. It's shameful to do it. You cannot call both sides. You should support Israel, and you should support our initiative to bring security to our people.
You know, Danny, it seems that it's quite logical and obvious that Iran is somewhere lurking in the background of all of these terrorist attacks, and that a stated strategic goal of Iran would be to prevent any peace deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia. As you look at the response that Israel rightfully and understandably will make to this terrorist attack, how much do you have to factor that in? How much do you have to factor in the way either the response it could provoke from Saudi Arabia and losing that peace deal, and then by extension, giving Iran their strategic aim?
So we do want to expand the Abraham Accord. We are very grateful for the accords, and we believe in signing more treaties with moderate Arab countries. But frankly speaking, at this stage, we cannot think beyond the security of our people.
Absolutely.
It means that we will not think about the Saudis. We will go after Hamas leaders. We will hunt them down in the tunnels. We are very, very determined to do it.
Danny, we're about to leave you. Thank you. We're running out of time.
Be right back.
It's time for a new shower, but you don't want the hassle. You just want it done. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com to schedule your free in-home consultation.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
Meet Gold Bond Daily Healing, a powerhouse lotion that moisturizes, heals, and smooths dry skin with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. And new Gold Bond Healing Sensitive, clinically shown to heal and moisturize dry, sensitive skin. Gold Bond.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to Ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit Ownerly.com today.
ADT Self-Setup featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts.
Have fun.
So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
People say Analon X is the perfect pan. Tough, triple thickness Italian titanium plasma nonstick surface. Analon X is the only pan that keeps oil in the center. Patented SearTech surface. Analon X sears like cast iron. Ultra thick base stores heat like cast iron for great even sear. There's harmony in these carefully constructed pieces. Analon X, the most advanced safe non-stick cookware.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Super Wide Duct Tape. Just check out how wide this is.
It's so wide, we built this race boat. Not only can it speed across the water, but our super strong backing can take a pounding. And our powerful adhesive holds the boat together. Yee-haw! Now that's what I'm talking about. Woohoo!
Get Flex Super Wide Duct Tape.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know
If you're
how
tired of staring down your COPD,
it's a new dawn, it's a new day,
stop settling.
and I'm feeling good.
Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trelegy. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy makes breathing easier for a full 24 hours, improves lung function, and helps prevent future flare-ups. Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trelegy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy and save at Trelegy.com.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
We begin this hour with the war on Israel. At least 400 Israelis now dead. As Israeli police say, 30 of their officers are among the killed. This as Hezbollah pledges their guns and rockets to Hamas as the group claims responsibility for an attack of their own on an area called Sheba Farms.
Meanwhile, Hamas officials say they will release the number of Israeli soldiers and civilians that they say they've captured during the deadliest attack on the state of Israel in decades.
Babies, women, the elderly were dragged outside of their homes, were taken hostage. This is our 9/11.
Israeli Defense Forces now going after Hamas forces in Gaza City, taking out a military intelligence headquarters and compound belonging to the terror group. Also this morning in Egypt, at least 2 Israelis and their Egyptian tour guide were shot and killed in Alexandria. The suspected assailant, who is an Egyptian police officer, was detained. Israel's foreign ministry says another Israeli citizen was injured in the attack.
Yeah, we woke up this morning to the number of Israelis killed at 350. Just like yesterday, it was, 100, and then it was 200. Now we're reporting 400 plus more. And as I don't think we have Trey Yinks joining us this hour. He's imagined the technical difficulties of being in a war zone right now. But what he laid out for us last hour is staggering. There's still Hamas militants infiltrating. There are certain portions of the Gaza Strip on the Israeli side controlled by Hamas, which means the flow of fighters still could be happening, which makes the whole thing an ongoing situation. The terror of yesterday remains in the south because the IDF is not in the process of clearing out the Gaza Strip, but still clearing out Israeli territory in the south.
Yeah, and people trapped inside their house in terror. I mean, earlier this morning, hearing from Robbie Berman, who said, I got a call. There's a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old child under a bed, their parents' bodies beside them because their parents were killed by the radical, disgusting, inhumane terrorists Hamas. Children trapped in houses, not to mention the hostages, the young woman Noah captured on a motorcycle, saying, don't kill me, her whereabouts unknown at this hour.
That woman you're referencing is on the cover of the New York Post today, taken from that music rave outside of Gaza, just by a few miles outside of Gaza, a rave that went all night long. It looks like terrorists arrived something like 6:30 in the morning. Sun was up, young people still partying, dozens taken away, more killed by hundreds of terrorists that, according to Trey Yinks, broke that Gaza border wall in something like 24 locations. And I know, Pete, you're going to go to the wall and show us on the map exactly.
Absolutely. And as I go over there, you did an interview with the top Israeli paramedic as well.
Yeah.
Usually when you see numbers like 300 or 400 people killed and thousands injured, it's because of an explosion. And that in this case, he said most of the wounds he's seeing are gunshot wounds, which gives you a sense of the intimate nature of the attack. This was not something from afar. This is something where infiltration happened in the south of Israel, across many, many miles in many, many towns, with hundreds, if not thousands, of Hamas fighters pouring through the border. And what the Hamas fighters and those in the Gaza Strip are hoping right now is a wish that looks more and more likely and more dangerous for the state of Israel. Because as devastating as the attack was from Hamas in the Gaza Strip, General Jack Keane was on with us earlier. The military capabilities of Hezbollah in the north far exceed those of Hamas in number of fighters, in sophistication, in the more conventional capabilities, in the ability of their missile systems to reach further and further into the state of Israel. So as operations move into the Gaza Strip, paying attention to the Golan Heights and Hezbollah will be very, very important. In fact, we're reporting on an attack of artillery from Hezbollah into a place called the Sheba Farms, which is in the Golan Heights, which is a high area in the north, a very strategically significant ground taken in 1967 by the Israelis, because if you control the Golan Heights, you effectively control all of northern Israel. And so you could see how this becomes a war that's not just based in the south and rooting out Hamas in the south, but against enemies in the north as well. Let's zoom in, just a reminder of these missile strikes. And here's why the missile strikes are so significant on two levels. First of all, the volume and number. 2,000 to 3,000 is what's being reported and still ongoing. That's well beyond what Israelis have experienced before and well beyond what the Iron Dome system, which is well famed in Israel, is able to shoot down in real time. You can't shoot them all down. So lots of them have made their way into Israeli towns, not just in the south where they're used to rocket attacks, but up in Tel Aviv, a tourist town, largely peaceful in the central part of the country. And then, of course, in Jerusalem as well, where sirens have gone off. Also, the rocket attacks are significant because they provided cover for the ground attack. If you've got sirens going off across the country and people going into bunkers, including the Israeli Defense Forces, it creates the fog of war that that the Hamas needed in order to come in on a ground attack, which is what we'll focus on when we zoom in to the southern portion of Israel. As Will and I broke down on Off the Wall, and we're going to do it again later on in this hour, the Gaza Strip is about the size of Delaware. The state of Israel about the size of New Jersey. And what we now know is it wasn't just 1 or 2 points of entry in the south of these Hamas terrorist army. It was upwards of 24. Trey Inks is telling us at multiple locations they breached that wire, either at checkpoints or at military posts. And there are images online, you can see them yourself, of Israeli Defense Forces bases being breached. One of them is the arrow is crossing here. We have it incorrectly on the map here, but it was closer to the Gaza border. When they were able to seize that military checkpoint, they had access to dozens of military vehicles, killed Israeli soldiers, and they were able to breach these locations. A scary part, and I'll close here, is you've got ongoing hostage situations from what we understand still. And as Trey has reported to us, there are certain parts of the Gaza border that Hamas still has operational control of, which means the flow of fighters coming into the south could at this moment still be happening. So, guys, as we look at the prospects of a military operation into Gaza, it appears there's still a military operation going on in the south of Israel. You have to clear your own land before you worry about an offensive operation. And those expectations are only going to ramp up amongst the Israeli people to say this famed IDF, which has won a lot of big battles over the years, is still dealing with terrorists infiltrating a border which is far more secure than our southern border and a lot smaller. So it's got a lot of people wondering, how in the world did this happen?
And Pete, the terror extending even beyond the cities that are directly under attack. So Tel Aviv, I got a text from a colleague of mine in the Trump administration. He's there with his 6-year-old daughter now. And he sent to me this, our 6-year-old came from the United States. She's used to running around the lake. Now she's being rushed in her sleep to a bomb shelter. Words don't describe the trauma. So even if you're not being directly attacked, you're going up and down to a bomb shelter.
Great job, Pete, giving us some understanding there of what's happening on the ground. Kayla, you mentioned it a little bit earlier. You spoke to Robbie Berman, who witnessed these attacks. Here's what he said it felt like to experience the terror.
As we speak now, just a few hours ago, a woman said that she received a phone call from her niece, who's 8 years old, and said she's hiding inside her kibbutz. They have killed mommy and daddy. She's hiding with her 4-year-old brother underneath the bed. They've been there for hours. No one's coming to get them. I mean, this is an ongoing failure, an ongoing tragedy. Hundreds of people have been killed. Over 100 people have been kidnapped and brought into Israel. And these are old women, young children, young people going to the music fair. I feel so bad for the innocent Palestinian women and children in Gaza, but there's going to be a lot of people who are going to die. This is a war. This is war. This is a full-time war, and this was done on the anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, and it exactly was like Yom Kippur. It was a bigger scale.
You kind of knew it was different when Bibi Netanyahu came out right away and said this is a war, and I hadn't realized that other conflicts, they weren't designated as such. It's been 50 years since Israel said we are at war. Which means the carnage has only just begun. The retribution that will have to be executed, but also Netanyahu's got to thread a needle here. We talked to Jack Keane about that because it's one thing to win the tactical and operational battle, but if you create other strategic complications because of miscalculations, then your fight gets even more difficult.
And now a multi-front war, we're learning. Let's bring in Fox News Sunday anchor and Fox News chief legal correspondent Shannon Bream. Shannon, what a heartbreaking time in Israel. But I want to turn to the Biden administration for a moment and those $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds that were released just last month. If you look at the press shop and Andrew Bates, there seems to be a concerted communication strategy to say this didn't go to terrorism, this is disconnected. But you can't ignore the fact these assets freed up on September 11th, so just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and that's the conversation. We have heard numerous folks from within the administration out there getting ahead of this, saying none of that, not a single penny of that $6 billion has been spent. It was Iranian money. It was unfrozen. It has to go through several hoops before it actually is spent. It's supposed to go for humanitarian needs, for food, for medicine, those kinds of things. But, when that deal was announced just weeks ago, I remember a piece, an editorial from the Wall Street Journal talking about the fact that money is fungible and it does move. And if bad actors feel like, okay, some of our humanitarian needs or medical needs or other places that we have been spending money on our own people, and there's a big debate about whether Iran does much of that, that money can be then seen as freeing up assets to go other places. So the administration is right that $6 billion has not flowed into this particular conflict, but you got to have the conversation about money being fungible and assets being able to move around to different interests when you know that you have that money then available.
Yeah, Shannon, it's to the point. If somebody offered you a line of credit, and even if that money hadn't yet come in, you'd feel free to spend your existing money somewhere else, knowing that you're soon going to be $6 billion to the richer. I mean, it's a make-believe world to pretend like this couldn't influence Iran's decisions. Speaking of Iran, let's just read you something from the Ayatollah Khamenei, who said this after the attacks. He said, "The usurper regime is coming to an end. Today, the Palestinian youth and anti-oppression, anti-occupation movement in Palestine is more energetic, more alive, and more prepared than ever. During the past 70 or 80 years, God willing, the movement will achieve its goals." Shannon, it's just short of what we saw from the floor of the government there in Iran, where they were chanting death to Israel, death to America, but not far short.
Yeah, they regularly do that, as we know. And that tweet, or X or whatever we're calling it now, just days before this massive multi-pronged attack, raises a lot of questions, because now this morning you guys are reporting that there is also trouble with Hezbollah to the north. There are a lot of bad actors backed by a lot of bad actors that don't want Israel to exist. They certainly don't want the U.S. to exist or help them either. And you've got to wonder how much of this is about the conversations the U.S., the Saudis, and Israelis were having about formal recognition between those parties, about moving forward with some peace deals. Brett, of course, in that region recently talking to all the parties involved, and them sounding very hopeful about that. And now this raises the real conversation about the fact that there are terrorist groups that will want to prevent those things from happening. Is this operation solely about what was going on with those peace talks with Saudi Arabia, or something else? As you guys have documented, there are conflicts going back centuries with these groups. But what it ends up meaning is that Israel lives in a very dangerous neighborhood, and that we have to be an unmistakable ally with them in this.
Shannon, as you were talking, a banner splashed across the screen, which we got confirmation in our ears you were talking to. The number of Israelis now killed is reported to be 600. We just reported 400. It's gone up to 600. And it's almost unimaginable to think of, and so much of that at the end of a rifle, not just from explosions. What do you anticipate? I mean, from the geopolitical perspective, from where you sit in Washington, D.C., will there be a moment of unity amongst Republicans and Democrats to say, hey, Israel, you do what you got to do on this?
I do think there is. And we've seen a lot of Democrats and Republicans stepping up together to say there is no daylight between the vast majority of us here. We will do what it takes. You see folks like Congressman Jamie Raskin, one of the top Democrats, who's in the middle of these fights over impeachment and everything else, not hesitating to say we stand together on this. Of course, you've seen that from a number of Republicans. It's been widespread from both sides of the aisle saying we are together on this issue. Where they're divided over so many other things here in Washington, that is one place where nearly every member of the House and Senate is together. There are outliers who have made obviously very controversial comments in the past. We have not heard that this time around. So most of the House and Senate seems very, very unified on this issue. I think back to my time over in that region and just the reality you mentioned, 600 lives. We know, unfortunately, the devastation that comes with that. The number is probably going to grow. We think about women and children and people that have been taken captive. I have prayed fervently for them, as I know you guys have too, knowing that their lives are not valued and that they will be used as pawns, as shields. They will be used for negotiations. The people who live in that region and those of us who have spent time there and just trying to transit in and out of places. One of my assignments over there, I went into Ramallah, and just getting in and out of Jerusalem, you see the daily life that people live with, the security threats, the enormous tension that at any moment between these different parties is really just a powder keg. And now it has come at a time and in a way that is, sparking lots of questions about intelligence failures, where we go from here. But the hard facts are right now, this is devastating to the Israeli people. And the pain is only, I fear, going to continue in the immediate future.
Yeah, such a tragedy. 600, many of those children. Well, we'll be watching you on Fox News Sunday today on Fox News Channel. Shannon, who do you have lined up?
Well, we're going to have John Feiner from the administration. He's Deputy National Security Advisor, will be with us to talk about how the administration is handling this. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, obviously intimately familiar with this region. And we also sit down with the DeSantis family down at the governor's mansion in Florida before this conflict, but we touch on a number of other very, very critical issues for that campaign as well.
Well, thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
We'll be watching.
See you later. Thanks, guys.
You know, it's to the point of 600, and Pete, you've brought it up this morning. I don't know. There was 3,000 rockets, between 2,000 and 5,000 rockets that were fired. Who knows how many of those fatalities are at the end of a rocket explosion. But so many of them, as we already anticipated, are at the end of a rifle barrel.
Children, imagine that. Yeah. Shooting a child.
Yeah.
You have to be an animal.
Yeah, well, you dehumanize them. You believe they're nothing.
That's right.
Or you get glory from God for doing that.
They always say that, when you see a murder suspect who's been or a murder victim who's been killed by a knife, it's a much more personal crime than a crime of a gunshot or whatever it may be. And in the act of war, I don't know, putting a child or a young woman, a wife, a grandmother to the end of a rifle barrel is much different than a rocket arriving from, dozens of miles away. And to see that number now climb to 600.
But Ilhan Omar, she wants a ceasefire.
Yeah, I fear also that number is only going to go up too. I mean, from what Trey has reported, they're still going town by town and house by house and identifying the places where people have been killed. And if you go online and see these images of dozens of men in black with AK-47s hunting. I mean, they're not moving in tactical formations. They're just moving in packs, hunting, looking for anyone to shoot. That is terrorism by definition, because it's targeting civilians. Sure, there were some Israeli Defense Forces killed, but they were targeting civilians as terrorism by definition, which is why the retribution here should be so hard and so swift.
And parading the dead bodies.
Yes.
While screaming in exultation.
Mm-hmm. And an unknown number, of course, of Israeli hostages still. We will pray for them. Still ahead, Hamas militants claim to hold enough hostages to swap for every Palestinian prisoner in Israel.
Counterterrorism expert and IDF veteran Aaron Cohen reacts to what could be an unprecedented crisis for the nation. Next.
I was having problems with my legs and my feet.
I suffered a lot of cramps, swelling.
I would dread going up and down steps.
Tingling in my legs due to circulation issues.
The aches and pains have just continued to increase.
Did you know if you have high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, or are over 40, your leg aches and pains could be from poor circulation? Revitive can help reduce leg aches and pains, swelling, and cramps. Revitive uses breakthrough technology to get your calf muscles pumping like a second heart to increase blood flow, reducing leg aches and pains, cramps, or swollen feet and ankles.
Plus, it's drug-free.
The cramping was terrible, and I don't get that anymore. Thank you, Revitive.
Revitive is FDA cleared and clinically proven to increase oxygen-rich blood flow during use. The smart stimulation works so well, over 3 million people use Revitive.
As a firefighter, I'm constantly on my feet. I wish I had known about Revitive a lot earlier. It would have made a huge difference in really who I am today.
Revitive has given me a better quality of life because I am living without pain. Revitive reduces leg pains 2 times more than exercise alone in just 6 weeks.
We want to take walks. We want to do more social activities, just the typical things in life that I did not feel well enough before Revitive that I was able to do.
Now, Revitive is regenerizing my legs and making me feel like, let's do more.
Go to Revitive.com now to learn how Revitive can help reduce leg aches and pains, swelling, and cramps.
The doctor said, go for it. And I'm in the best shape in terms of my legs and my ankles and my feet than I've ever been.
Try Revitive. You will see the difference. It works. It worked for me. Get the most out of life with Revitive. Visit Revitive.com. That's REVITIVE.com. Or call
1-800-322-1286. That's 1-800-322-1286 today, or visit Revitive.com. Order now.
This was the largest attack on Israel in a half century.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the country is at war.
Allergens, viruses, bacteria, dangers to your breathing. Get My Pure Mist Ultra Pure Steam Inhaler. Boom, it's on. Germs destroyed, allergens terminated in their tracks. Pure effective steam making your sinuses happy. Whoa, breathing again. More than 1,000 5 stars on Amazon, so approved by you. My Pure Mist, the best thing to happen to breathing, period. And yeah, your local CVS and Amazon have it. Do it.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality. All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements. M. Taylor custom jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M. Taylor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M. Taylor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M. Taylor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
A Fox News alert, a worst-case scenario in Israel coming true, as its military confirms that Hamas terrorists are holding a significant number of Israeli civilians and soldiers hostage in the Gaza Strip. A senior Hamas leader now claiming they've captured enough Israeli captives to free all Palestinian prisoners in the country's jails. Counterterrorism expert Aaron Cohen is a former member of the Israeli Defense Force, and he joins us now. Aaron, I've wanted to hear from you since this began. How did this happen? First of all, based on your experience, and what happens next?
Well, how this happened was this was a lot of planning by Hamas. This was an operation that has taken years, in my personal belief. And I believe that Hamas, being a terrorist organization, executed an offensive with surprise, with cunning, poise, and audacity. And however embarrassing it is to say that, the facts are is that there were intelligence failures. I don't think now is the time, Pete, to point the finger at any of the intelligence apparatus in Israel. But we are seeing multiple hostage sieges, both in Israel and now in Gaza.
How do you handle this? So there are 600 Israelis now dead. That's new this hour. That number keeps going up. You've got hostages in Gaza, in tunnels or in hospitals, wherever they hide them as human shields. What should Israel do in the face of this overwhelming onslaught?
Well, so Pete, I just want to make it very clear to your viewers that Israel invented or was one of the masters of hostage rescue. They ended up performing one of the most spectacular hostage rescue raids in 1976 when 106 Israeli hostages were taken prisoner to Entebbe, Uganda by Black September. They were freed by Benjamin or Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's former Special Operations Tier 1 unit, also known as the General Staff Reconnaissance Unit. It's called Sayeret Matkal in Hebrew. Israel invented or perfected the hostage rescue game. And what we're going to see now is Israel doing what it does best, and it's complicated. There's two different fronts here that Israel has to deal with. There's the hostages that are currently being held inside of Israel, and there's hostages that are now being held in Gaza, whether they're in tunnels or in buildings or in apartments. There's footage of it floating all over the internet. For the sieges that are taking place inside of Israel, those are better scenarios. And the reason why is because they're sterile. It allows the Israeli Special Operations units, the Yamam, which is their Israel National Police Hostage Rescue Team, among one of the top 3 in the world, and that General Staff Reconnaissance Unit, to be able to slow things down. They've got time. This is sterile inside of Israel. So they can take their time, they can negotiate, and they can tire out the terrorists so that they can get better shots on those targets and be able to make those entries, reducing risk to teammates and to the hostages. Now, the situation in Gaza is much more complicated. It's almost like a crime scene. The longer Israel waits to be able to conduct those hostage rescues in Gaza, the longer the terrorists have to move around those hostages, which makes it more difficult for our Mossad and our Shin Bet security, our intelligence agencies, to find them. So Israel has to work very quickly to be able to strike those targets. And I believe that they're going to use or have to use the fog of this counteroffensive to be able to use it as a smokescreen for Sayeret Matkal and the Yamam to be able to go and strike those targets as quickly as possible. The longer they wait, the more those hostages are going to get moved around, the more sick they're going to get, the more tired they're going to get, and the more the Hamas will be able to continue to build layers in between the Israeli intelligence agencies and those hostages. So time is of the essence. And I believe that you're going to see Israel dial things up and do what they do best, which is selective operations using disguise, using surprise, and using audacity and tenaciousness. And let me tell you, those assets, they're on par with Delta Force. They're on par with DevGru or SEAL Team 6. The Israelis are finely tuned machines when it comes to these operations.
Really amazing breakdown. Nobody knows it better and has been involved in it firsthand. Aaron Cohen, thank you for that breakdown.
Thanks so much, Pete.
Really appreciate it. All right, straight ahead, Hamas' vicious attack, turning a Jewish day of celebration into a night of terror and a morning of terror. Will and I go off the wall with the deep-rooted history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's next.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Are you frustrated with your weight and health? Before considering drastic measures with side effects, why not try a healthy and sustainable solution with Golo?
I was on the verge of getting gastric bypass surgery, and I saw the Golo commercial, and it was the last thing I tried, because it worked.
Golo has changed my life in so many ways. Before, I was over 300 pounds. Now, I literally have the ability to take a shirt off and go out in the sun. I just don't have to worry about the weight coming back anymore.
On Golo, you take one release supplement with each balanced meal to take control of your hunger and sugar cravings and increase metabolic efficiency.
After I got married, I really struggled to lose weight. Nothing seemed to work. I've lost 75 pounds with Golo, and I've kept it off.
I have tried to lose weight in the past, and I've lost 80 pounds several times, but I was not able to maintain it. With Golo, I've maintained this weight loss for over a year. It just works.
With Golo, you keep the weight off and eliminate starvation dieting. And best of all, there is no prescription required.
Golo and the release has been phenomenal in my life. It's all natural. It's not something that gives you the jitters. It is an amazing product.
Before Golo, I felt sick, I felt sluggish. Since being on Golo, I truly feel like I'm back to the best me I can be.
The key to losing weight and keeping it off is managing hormones, maintaining healthy insulin levels, and maintaining lean muscle as you lose weight.
Golo worked for me when I thought nothing would work. What a change it made so fast.
I was 424 pounds, so when my doctor told me I needed weight loss surgery, I knew I had to make a change. I don't ever want to go back to wearing a 4XL shirt or not being able to climb up stairs without taking a break. So I'm committed to Golo for life.
Whether you need to lose 10, 20, 50, or over 100 pounds, lose it the right way with Golo. Go to Golo.com. That's GOLO.com.
My name is Linda, and I'm 76 years old. I always wanted to take a nap after lunch, and I just couldn't hold my eyes open. And since I've been taking Balance of Nature, I've been able to relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Hey there, stop changing channels. I'm out here in the woods and you gotta see this. It's the new Patriot Power Generator 2000X, a solar generator worth its weight in gold when your power goes out, with double the capacity and expandable so you can run your fridge even longer. It's fume-free, safe to use inside, and never needs gas, ever. Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com and do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
What if there was a place where every kid got a chance to be great? There is a place. Milton Hershey School. You see, we're more than a school. We change lives. And you can be next.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Hundreds are dead and thousands injured following the horrific Hamas attack against Israel. But the conflict today, as we know, it's been stirring for years.
Yeah, so let's go off the ball once more to understand the history and how this started, some of the background between the state of Israel, Palestinians, and how it erupted over this past weekend. In fact, while we come at this very humbly, it's complex and there are different sets of facts. We think a little bit of historical context can help us understand what's going on in Israel.
Yeah, you could spend a whole semester at a graduate seminar course attempting to break all this down and understand it. We're going to do it for you in 5 minutes as best we can. So the area known as Israel now was controlled by the Ottoman Empire for 400 years, hundreds of years. It was a part of that sprawling empire. Of course, the Ottoman Empire joined with the Germans in World War I, and that led to its downfall.
That really solidified its downfall. It had begun to fall apart prior to World War I, but the Ottoman Empire was huge and established stability across the entire region from Africa down through the Middle East, Turkey, and into Europe. But as Pete pointed out, following World War I, the stability that was provided by the Ottoman Empire disintegrated.
And it was replaced by a different form of stability in the British Mandate. So the British government showed interest in establishing a Jewish state. There was an agreement called the Balfour Declaration in 1917, which eventually led to the British Mandate, where there was flourishing and coalescing. You look at images of Jerusalem and Israel back then, but there was still a lot of conflict, just like when the Romans were there in the biblical era. The Jewish people wanted their own state.
Well, speaking of the biblical era, this entire region had largely been tribal. It didn't resemble anything we think of in the modern mind as the nation state. But following World War I, Britain, through the League of Nations, was given control of the area, and they began to carve up the map. They begin to create Jordan and Syria and the modern conception of the nation state.
I can't remember the name of the agreement, but a lot of the consternation across the Middle East goes back to Winston Churchill and others who drew a lot of straight lines across previous tribal areas, which led to nation states that have different groups of, I think of Iraq, with different groups of people. You certainly see that in Israel. Now, there was a very tumultuous period in Europe between 1922 and 1947. A lot of anti-Semitism, regimes predicated on the destruction of the Jewish people, most significantly Adolf Hitler and the Nazi regime, which in the Holocaust that led to the death of 6 million Jews. A lot of Jews left Europe and came back to Israel.
And of course, Jews leave Europe, head back to Israel. There's already Palestinians living in Israel, and thus begins your tensions. Let's focus in on the geography. Pete's done a great job this morning going to the maps and explaining the current environment. But this is a little bit of a scope out, but still focusing on Israel. Israel, roughly the size of New Jersey. Two largely Palestinian areas west, the West Bank, along the West Bank of the Jordan River, and the Gaza Strip, where our focus is this morning and throughout this latest incident.
And a lot of focus of the past has been the so-called West Bank. Others will call it Judea and Samaria, the historic homeland of the Jewish people as well. So words are a big part of this complication inside that as well. So we've talked about the Gaza Strip a lot. Small area, lots of people. You look at the West Bank, just to give you a sense, this is where Jerusalem is. And so you've got West Jerusalem and East Jerusalem, and a lot of the religious sites were captured in 1967, which we'll get to. But when you think of the West Bank, there's a lot of sites in this location of significance to Jews and Christians. You've got the traditional baptismal site of Jesus along the Jordan River. You've got the walls of Jericho that are there. You've got Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus. So a lot of significance in the Judea and Samaria.
A good comparison people are making for the West Bank to conceptualize geographically is Delaware. With a third of the population, roughly the same geographic size. But really quickly, just to put that in context, look how small Gaza Strip is, where our focus is today. 140 square miles, 2 million population.
Yeah, compare the sizes, and the populations are pretty similar. It's extremely dense.
The complexity only gets worse in terms of the tensions over the past 75 years in the existence of Israel. Israel, as we point out, as Jews begin to remigrate back to Israel, 1947 is a marking point after World War II, where there's the first attempt, and it ultimately is successful in creating the state of Israel.
And then ultimately, soon thereafter, there was a war, the Arab-Israeli war, where effectively you see Egypt, you see Jordan, they all coalesce on saying, no, we don't want Jews at a state of Israel here. Jordan being very significant. Jordan moved all the way up to Jerusalem and controlled much of that until 1967. So it was disputed from the very beginning and has been fought over in the modern sense of the nation state since 1947. The U.S., by the way, the first country to recognize Israel, 11 minutes into their existence, Harry Truman did so.
That war, which followed the declaration, essentially establishes the state of Israel in 1948. And then, Pete, as we pointed out, wars throughout time, but with largely state actors. We're talking about Jordan, we're talking about Egypt, we're talking about Syria, that have flashed up since the 40s in two main points. The 1967 Six-Day War was one of those, and in fact is one of those that many people are pointing back to today as a marking point of how extreme what we're watching take place today is.
It was a really, really big one, because the state of Israel, a lot of people thought, okay, its enemies wanted to wipe it off its map. Instead, it went on a counteroffensive and captured Gaza, captured Judea and Samaria in the West Bank, captured the Golan Heights in the north, captured East Jerusalem, where they were on the Temple Mount, and quickly gave it back. But ultimately, that redrew the lines, and it allowed Israel the opportunity to effectively control these areas for their own security, something that changed in 2005 and is pertinent to our discussion when they gave the Gaza Strip over to the Palestinian Authority.
So you brought this up earlier this morning. You talked about Bibi Netanyahu immediately said, this is war. That war word had specific meaning, not an operation, specifically a war. Why? Because it's 50 years since a war. 1973, the Yom Kippur War, is the last time that type of language, that type of mindset approach has really defined the Palestinian and Israeli confrontation. But after seeing 600, we're right now, by the way, at 600 civilian children, women, grandmothers dead, and this has been declared war.
And this basically settled the nation-state aspect of this. And after that, you saw intifadas or uprisings led by the PLO, led by Hamas, led by terrorist organizations, trying to achieve their goals inside their regions. You saw buses blowing up inside, and that's why you saw border fences put up across Jerusalem and in Gaza, and operations that led to deaths of Israelis and Palestinians.
And that brings us to today. Everyone talking about not just the horrific nature of it, but the historical nature of this conflict in time between these two.
Absolutely.
And what it could mean for the future.
By the way, I want to point you to Fox Nation, to Battle in the Holy Land on Fox Nation. I did it a couple of years ago, but it is a breakdown of the dynamics, political, cultural, religious, that have led to this moment in time. There's also Battle in the Holy City, specifically about Jerusalem. But we go to those contested areas right outside Gaza, into the West Bank, into Ramallah, and try to tell the story. Check it out on Fox Nation today.
All right. There's a little bit of historical context. Again, complicated subject, but hopefully brings just a tad bit more light to understanding the events of today.
No doubt. All right, coming up, the brutal attack on Israel sparking new concerns here at home as major cities like New York and L.A. increase security measures around Jewish communities.
Former New York Congressman and gubernatorial candidate Lee Zeldin joins us with his insight next.
Cancer, it's different in a child because your child's still growing. I had 14 rounds of chemo. There's thousands and thousands of kids all over the world who need help.
This is my first time having cancer, and it's the very worst.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
It's scary to watch your kid battle and fight for their lives.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Childhood cancer is hard. It's a long road. You just have to give. You have to give someone that hope, and especially with them being so young.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code for only $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
She grew up in this, so when we go to St. Jude, she's happy because that's her home. Every time I take her to the doctor, she's excited because she gets to play. And that's all because of St. Jude.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
Si St. Jude no existiera, mi hijo no estaría vivo. Mi hijo sería un angelito.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
In 3 seconds, Janice will win a speedboat.
Bingo! I'm moving to the lake! Gotta sell the house.
Ooh, that's a lot of work. Don't worry, skip the hassles and sell directly to Open Door.
Bingo.
Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD,
things changed for me. Breztree gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztree more than prescribed. Breztree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztree.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
A Fox News alert, America's biggest police departments boosting security in their respective Jewish communities, including synagogues, as Hamas terrorists brutally murder at least, at this point, 600 Jews in Israel.
Our next guest knows all about the push to protect Jewish communities. Lee Zeldin was the only Jewish Republican in Congress when he served as Congressman of New York. He joins us now. Congressman Zeldin, welcome. What immediately comes to mind as I read this are some of the comments that we heard from Ilhan Omar, the Benjamin's comments she made, the vast number of anti-Semitic remarks she's made. But not just her, the failure of Democrats in the wake of those moments to pass a clean resolution condemning anti-Semitism. They were even kind of condemned or called out by their own Congressman Ted Deutsch. Is now the moment where Democrats need to partner with Republicans and condemn anti-Semitism in the halls of Congress?
100%, and I'm sure that they will. And you're already starting to see many Democrats, both the House and the Senate, joining Republicans to stand with Israel, to make it clear that America stands with Israel, that there is no moral equivalency between the good people of Israel and Hamas terrorists, that being a neutral arbiter and being true and honest with the facts, you don't have to minimize in any way, and you should not minimize the rapes, the murder, the execution, the kidnapping of these tactics followed out by Hamas, and the realities of how Iran blesses this, resources it, and the consequences of what that means for the United States. So part of this is in your words, but it more importantly needs to be followed in action in U.S. Policy, especially coming off of just a few weeks ago. The United States, on September 11th, the Biden administration announced $6 billion to Iran. I will say that as far as the Hamas caucus inside of the House Democratic caucus, they need to make sure that they're speaking out against their own because they can't allow these voices like AOC and Omar and Tlaib to in any way influence the rest of Congress's policy here because those members are absolutely wrong.
Lee, when I look at these police departments plussing up their security around synagogues and Jewish communities, it's not because Americans are suddenly seeking to extract retribution. How much of this is the fact that we have a wide open southern border, we have no idea who's coming across, and there could be the prospects of Hamas sleeper cells? I mean, why couldn't it come to our shores as well, considering our security posture?
I'll tell you, Pete, it's been great listening to the coverage from all three of you today, and especially that last segment, going through the history of what's going on there, so that people can get completely brought up to speed. Today, early this afternoon in Times Square, supporters of Hamas will be publicly demonstrating. They're promoting it. It's called the New York City, the Democratic Socialists of America. Democratic elected officials actively seek the endorsement of this group. If you go to their social media, their Twitter page, they're advertising a public demonstration in support of Hamas's rape and murder and terrorism that is taking place right now. So you're absolutely right in being concerned about the ways that people can infiltrate our country. I would take it one step further than that. Not only have they infiltrated our country, they will be publicly demonstrating in Times Square this afternoon.
Lee, Pete, to that point, last night I was going in New York City as it is to walk and pick up dinner, and there's a man yelling along the street, which kind of raises everybody's antennas a little bit whenever he was ultimately harmless, he was just yelling, but I was walking behind a lady, and we were walking right by the Jewish Community Center. And I noticed she just got nervous because I was walking a little close behind her last night. And it just occurred to me, I would imagine the way she walks through New York City today, to your point, Lee, is a bit different than it was yesterday.
You have innocent, law-abiding New Yorkers who unfortunately are now in a position where they have to keep their head on a swivel. This has been going on for a while. It's pro-criminal policies that are getting passed in state capitals like Albany. It's a lack of support for our law enforcement. It's weak prosecutors who refuse to enforce the law. And now you add this on top of it. There are people here in the United States who are looking to do their part to support what Hamas is doing over there. I just got back from Israel. I was there in September, and I brought my wife and my daughters. We were at Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum. It was filled up with young IDF soldiers who were learning about what had taken place 80 years ago. You just had Danny Dayan on talking about Holocaust survivors being held hostage and taken into Gaza. For us, we believe in freedom of religion right here in New York, in the United States. We want people to be able to live safely and freely, but there is an extraordinarily close bond for Americans with Israel. Many view Israel as our greatest ally out there. So we need to secure our home front. We need to stand strong and unequivocal in our support and make sure that the Israelis know that we're with them. And for Americans, it's as personal as it gets.
And in condemnation of the Hamas terrorists who have killed little children. I can't believe a pro-Hamas rally in New York City. It's unreal. Congressman Zeldin, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Still ahead, the deadly surprise attack on Israel suggesting a massive intelligence failure. So how did terrorists avert one of the most sophisticated defense agencies in the world? We break it down straight ahead.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to Ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit Ownerly.com today.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
My husband, Joe, became a New York City firefighter in August 1999. Joe wanted to be a firefighter since he was a little kid. It was his dream.
Joe and I were firemen together for about 11 years. Joe was a great guy, great family man, great fireman.
Joe passed away December 26, 2021. They had found him unconscious. And then it later came out that he had a heart attack at the firehouse. At Joe's wake, Assistant Chief Gala had told me that Tunnel to Towers would be taking care of us. We found out that for July 4th that they'd be paying off our mortgage completely. I would suggest that if you've never heard of Tunnel to Towers, that you should read about it. It's either mortgages, building houses for veterans, reconforming houses for military who are injured, who are wheelchair bound, and so forth. You definitely see where the money goes. I think that's the most important thing. You see where it's going. Please contribute $11 a month by going to t2t.org.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
This stuff is a miracle. It took us 60 prototypes. When we made this stuff, it grew into the #1 dermatologist recommended sweat brand for all over the body. When people say this is the first thing I've tried that stopped my sweat, that makes my day. We have a sweat quiz that'll customize the products for you based on where you sweat, based on how much you sweat. Free shipping, money back guarantee. There's really no risk to giving it a try. If you had a sweaty face or sweaty underarms or sweaty hands, that's really why we made Carpe.
Avoid expensive treatments, injections, and prescriptions. Your total body sweat solution is available at mycarpe.com.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements. Tailor custom jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
Allergens, viruses, bacteria. Dangers to your breathing. Get My Pure Mist Ultra Pure Steam Inhaler. Boom, it's on. Germs destroyed, allergens terminated in their tracks. Pure effective steam making your sinuses happy. Whoa, breathing again. More than 1,000 5 stars on Amazon, so approved by you. My Pure Mist, the best thing to happen to breathing, period. And yeah, your local CVS and Amazon have it. Do it.
A Fox News alert this morning, the intel world in shock over how Hamas terrorists pulled off such a coordinated, expensive, and detailed sneak attack without Israel's elite network finding out in advance. And the big question, what does this mean for the safety of its allies, namely the United States? Foreign policy expert Lisa Daftari joins us now. Lisa, the Israelis are extraordinary at intelligence, detecting minuscule plots. How do they miss this one?
There's a lot of questions today, and obviously this is all very new, still unfolding. And of course, everyone is wondering, how did the Israelis, the people who, foil the smallest plots in Greece, in Cyprus, all around the world, how did they miss this one right under their noses? I think we're going to have to wait to see, and obviously there's going to be a lot of pieces that are missing here that we will need answers on. But the bigger point here is that this is not just Hamas. This is not this ratty terrorist organization that we have seen in the past years launch these attacks, these surprise attacks against Israel. A lot of them foiled, some of them not. They grow into something a bit bigger. This is Iran's regime launching an all-out war against Israel. It's using its proxies to do so, and it's not just Hamas that it's using. It's using a multi-pronged approach by sea, by land, by air, and of course, they've been working on this for a very, very long time.
Lisa, so what do you say to the Biden administration when they say, look, yes, Iran funds the proxy Hamas. However, we don't know if they're behind this attack specifically. I get that they have to be careful, but what is your response? A little too careful there? I think it's fairly obvious they're in support of this.
Absolutely. Not only in support of it, they are actually planning this, and they're bragging about it. In the last 48 hours, if you look at Iranian media, if you look at the leaders inside Iran, they're not only celebrating, they're bragging about having a hand in this. They literally are saying, if you think we weren't behind this, we were behind it. Not only that, if we will be very naive to think that the Biden administration in the last 3 years, going back to the negotiating table multiple times, removing vital sanctions from Iran's regime, and of course unfreezing $6 billion just a few weeks ago, just the talks about giving $6 billion to this regime gave them confidence to do so. So we know that Iran's regime was absolutely behind this, and we emboldened them to do so.
Iranian state TV playing the Death to America chant. No doubt about it. Lisa Daftari, thank you.
Exactly. Of course.
Stay with us. Israel's UN Ambassador Gilad Erdan joins us next.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
The boys, the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again work for another man or woman. I abandoned my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with Consumer Cellular for up to half the cost.
Let's go, birds.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Who's that? It's my puppy. Cancer. It's different in a child because your child's still growing. I had 14 rounds of chemo. There's thousands and thousands of kids all over the world who need help.
This is my first time having cancer, and it's the very worst.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
It's scary to watch your kid battle and fight for their lives.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Childhood cancer is hard. It's a long road. You just have to give. You have to give someone that hope. And especially with them being so young.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code for only $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
She grew up in this. So when we go to St. Jude, she's happy because that's her home. Every time I take her to the doctor, she's excited because she gets to play. And that's all because of St. Jude.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
Si St. Jude no existiera, mi hijo no estaría vivo. Mi hijo sería un angelito.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitch.
Lebanese militant group Hezbollah that today fired rockets and mortars into Israeli-held territory. The Sheba Farms area, previously occupied by the Israelis. I do want to show you today what it was like in one of those towns. And so do the gun battles along the Israel-Gaza border. But what is really heart-wrenching for the Israeli population, the hundreds of funerals that were held today and those that are still missing. People are just starting to get a little bit of information trickling in about where their family members are. And it is truly a horrifying situation. I'll just give you one example. Our engineer from Fox, his brother lives in one of these border communities, and we learned about his situation today. He spent 12 hours inside a bomb shelter, and Hamas militants entered his house and tried to break into that shelter, actually firing on the door. And when they couldn't get in to kill or kidnap his brother, they lit the house on fire and then moved on to the next part of the neighborhood. That just illustrates the brutality of these militants and the attacks that they conducted against Israeli civilians, innocent people in the southern part of this country, and they continue those attacks at this hour. Arthel?
It's disgusting. It's unacceptable. Trey Yanks, live in southern Israel. Thank you. Eric.
Arthel, the United Nations Security Council holding an emergency meeting later this afternoon on this crisis. This as Israeli United Nations Ambassador Gilad Erdan is calling for the council members to condemn Hamas, saying the terrorist organization follows a genocidal ideology and is directed by the Ayatollahs in Iran. Now, with Hezbollah and Lebanon striking in northern Israel, fears are growing that the situation could spiral further out of control. CB Cotton at the United Nations with the very latest on if there is a diplomatic solution there. CB?
Good afternoon, Eric. Well, we're noticing a heavy police presence. First, I want to mention this, a heavy police presence in areas across the city representing Israeli or Palestinian interests. We know NYPD said it would increase these types of patrols in light of what's taken place in Israel. And as you mentioned, we're here in front of the UN awaiting remarks from Ambassador Erdan, who spoke at length this morning on Fox and Friends, saying Israel will use, quote, every means at our disposal when it comes to defending itself in this situation and infiltrating the Hamas infrastructure. And this was his response when asked whether he'll have the backing of the UN. Listen.
Israel is at the forefront of fighting terrorism, of fighting radicalism. We can all see the terrible pictures coming from Israel every day. So I'm not naive, but I hope that this time they will all understand what needs to be done, and that is full support, full backing to the state of Israel in our fight against terrorism, exactly as we were all united to back and support the free world, the democratic world, when we all needed to eliminate ISIS, because we realized they want to annihilate us, our way of living, our values. That's what we are facing now in Israel, coming from Gaza.
And Ambassador Erdogan made a similar argument, made a similar case for Israel when he reportedly wrote a letter to the UN Security General and the UN Security Council President this month. Again, this morning on Fox, Erdogan used some strong words, blaming Iran for funding Hamas and for funding these attacks. He also said Israel doesn't want any lectures on how to defend itself throughout all of this. Again, he's expected to speak to the press this afternoon ahead of the UN Security Council meeting, which of course was called because of everything that's taken place in Israel. Eric.
We'll see if Russia eventually vetoes any condemnation and if China does its usual abstaining. CB, thank you. Arthel?
Well, Eric, right now we want to bring in Lieutenant Colonel Sarit Jahavi. She's the founder and president of the Alma Research and Education Center in Israel, also served in the IDF's Intelligence Corps for 15 years. We'll get to that part later, but first I want to start here if I can. Listen, part of Hamas's plan was taking civilian hostages. And of course, there's concern that more of the terrorists are embedded in Israel right now, poised to take more hostages. So how does this factor into how Israeli Defense Forces retaliate, and how can they get the hostages home safely?
I want to ask to start with a question. I'm sorry. I saw your titles here down in the screen. When Japan attacked the United States in Pearl Harbor, who declared war? Japan or United States? This is a declaration of war by terrorist organizations getting the orders from Iran against the state of Israel. It's not a declaration of war by the state of Israel. Now I will answer your question about what the retaliation should be. The retaliation should be as massive as possible to make a very clear message to Hamas and a very clear message to Hezbollah up north that this is unacceptable. 600 Israelis killed, maybe more. It means that every Israeli knows somebody who was killed. All of us are burying the dead. Nobody was asleep yesterday. Everybody is recruited. And everybody here is next to shelters where complete communities are being evacuated from the southern border and from the northern borders. Families were massacred in their homes. IDF is now making the preparations to make sure that it will be able to meet the Iranian vision of multi-front scenario against the state of Israel, a scenario that the Iranians made the preparations in the past 2 years. I myself saw the Hezbollah on the border building military positions, following me and IDF soldiers every day in the past 2 years, in opposed to United Nations Security Council resolutions that were made in the past on the border. I mean, on the Lebanese border. I'm speaking to you 12 kilometers from the Lebanese border. We are under threat here as well. So this was very important for me to clarify.
And I appreciate that. So given what you just told me, a couple of questions for you then, and I don't ask this in any accusatory tones at all. You mentioned how you, as an IDF member, you've been followed for a long time now. They were tracking you. So how is it that this attack was able to be pulled off in such a surprising way? And then also, you mentioned you're there near Lebanon. Are you concerned? You just heard Trey Yank's report that Hezbollah has already raised its ugly head, that they're ready to jump in should this war expand. This is a big ball of mess. How do you handle this? How does IDF handle this? How do Israeli allies, of course, the U.S. and others?
Look, as an ex-intelligence officer, I can tell you that to give an alert when the enemy is standing at the fence prepared. And in the past 2 weeks, we've seen provocations on the fence in Gaza all the time. This is normalization of the provocations until eventually they cross and they damage security measures on the fence. it's really more and more difficult to give specific alert if you don't have strategic information or intelligence about intentions to actually go to war is what happened. So I truly don't know what happened in this specific case. These things will be clear later. And of course, there is a lot of questions here inside Israel about intelligence and operational functioning. But I can totally identify with the intelligence challenge here when we speak about an active front that was not quiet in the past few weeks. As to your question of the North, we woke up this morning to an anti-tank attack of Hezbollah against an IDF position, anti-tank missiles that were fired from a school inside Lebanon, not far from the Israeli border. I don't know what was the damage. I know that the targeting was accurate, and this is now kind of a situation here of expectation to see things calming down in the south, inside Israel, especially, finishing to clear the communities and catching and killing all the terrorists that invaded into Israel. And on the other hand, expectation to see what will happen up north, whether Hezbollah is planning to join Hamas the same way Hamas did. And I must tell you, Hamas is considered the little brother, while Hezbollah is the big brother. Hezbollah has commando forces named Radwan brigades. These are 2,500 terrorists that well-trained or actually well-experienced from the war in Syria, and these terrorists are deployed on the Israeli-Lebanese border in the past year and a half.
Yeah. That's very concerning. Just before I go, if you could, do you have any idea of how IDF might be able to get the hostages home free and safe? Or free them and get them home safely?
Well, I must tell you, in this respect, I'm sorry, the less talking, the better. We don't even know how many exactly were taken hostage. And this is a situation that we've never experienced with regard to 100 hostages. I guess international pressure is extremely needed here. Arab pressure is extremely needed here. I believe that not all of them are holding only Israeli citizenship, probably more citizenships there. And we would need help around that. This is clear. We will need international pressure here.
I hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Sarit Zahavi. Thank you very much for joining us. Eric?
Thank you very much.
Well, we've heard the horrible stories. Israelis huddled in fear as Hamas fighters break down the doors, shooting children, raping women. Hamas fighters joyfully parading the Israeli dead in the streets. How can Hamas be destroyed and decapitated? And how can their paymasters in Tehran be put back on their heels as the world recoils at the Hamas savagery?
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
The right age for Neutrogena retinol?
That's whenever you want it to be.
It has derm-proven retinol
that targets vital cell turnover, even skin tone,
and smooths fine lines with visible results in just 1 week. Neutrogena retinol.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
In 3 seconds, Pam will decide.
I'm moving closer to the grandkids. Wait, I gotta sell the house.
Don't wait. Just sell directly to Opendoor. Easy as pie.
Piece of cake.
Whichever. Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
people diagnosed with mesothelioma have questions about treatment and medical bills. That's why we've offered a free book about mesothelioma for over 10 years. Call 1-800-500-5202 or go to mesobook.com.
At SimpliSafe, we designed the #1 rated home security system powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for half the cost of traditional home security. So you stay safe for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
This was the largest attack on Israel in a half-century.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the country is at war.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Battling a bad bra? That's where Third Love comes in. Over 60 sizes, including our exclusive half cups for unmatched fit, support, and comfort. Kiss your problems goodbye. Shop thirdlove.com and get $15 off.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? Hey, it's Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, TV host, and best-selling author. Some people are concerned that they might have to go for a long period of time without power or electricity. That's why I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Now, with double the capacity and expandable to run your critical devices even longer. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. So you'll sleep like a baby because it's safe to use inside. People are lining up for these generators.
I know that I can run my refrigerator for about 40 hours before I have to recharge this. This could be a lifesaver for you.
Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
We all stand united behind the IDF with a simple goal: to destroy Hamas. It's time to destroy Hamas. No more games. And we all stand behind, and we're all there fighting and helping out. I myself am giving a hand, and everyone else is as well.
And that was former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett here on Fox News Live yesterday, calling for the destruction of Hamas as Israel is engaged in an all-out war against the terrorists. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the Pentagon will make sure Israel has everything it needs to defend itself. Fox Team coverage now. General Jack Keane is standing by on how Israel and the U.S. will fight. But first, we go to Rich Edson. He's live at the Pentagon. Rich.
Arthel, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning of a long and difficult war, and that's something that the U.S. is bracing for, a long Israeli response here, as the Israelis are viewing this as a 9/11-style attack against their country. Senior administration officials were warned of this, notified of this attack at 2:30 in the morning yesterday. A U.S. military official says Israel's highest-ranking officer is in constant contact with the head of U.S. Central Command. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin held a secure phone call with his top U.S. military commanders, including the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown. CIA Director Bill Burns canceled a trip to an intelligence conference to stay in D.C. to open up more intelligence sharing with Israel.
And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering. Let me say this as clearly as I can. This is not a moment for any party hostile to Israel to exploit these attacks to seek advantage. The world is watching.
Austin released a statement extending condolences to the families of those who've lost their lives and saying, quote, "Our commitment to Israel's right to defend itself remains unwavering. Over the coming days, the Department of Defense will work to ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself and protect civilians from indiscriminate violence and terrorism." That's a direct warning to Hezbollah and others, including Iran, not to take advantage of this situation and begin another front in this war. Hamas and its Iranian backers launched this attack as Saudi Arabia and Israel were negotiating a historic peace agreement. A senior administration official says the White House and Pentagon are in deep talks with the Israelis about what their military needs now. After Hamas launched the 2021 Gaza war, the Biden administration provided a supplemental $1 billion to replenish the Patriot missiles that Israel was using during that operation. The United States has also pre-positioned about $2 billion worth of military assets in the region, something that could also be used to help Israel here. Back to you.
We'll take it back here. Rich Edson, thank you very much, Rich. Eric.
Arthel, you know, in the past, Israel has hit Hamas military sites with targeted retaliatory attacks. But now, this seems different. Will the Israeli military move in and reoccupy Gaza, where we see targeted assassinations of Hamas leaders who live freely in luxury in Qatar? Can Hamas truly be destroyed? The chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, Fox News senior strategic analyst, General Jack Keane, joins us now. General, what do you predict the Israeli military will now do?
Well, I take them at their word that they're dead serious this time about destroying Hamas. And if that indeed is the case, they're going to have to go back and occupy Gaza, much as they gave it up in 2005. Hamas took over in 2007 and imposed draconian repression on the people, totalitarian rule, and they've had 4 military incursions into Israel as a result of that. In 2008, 12, 14, and 21, a total of 300 Israelis odd were killed in those incursions, and now we've at least doubled that in one day by the most recent incursion. By the way, the Palestinians who live in Gaza lost over 6,000 people during that time frame. I think what has happened here, and it's not well publicized, is at times the political leadership really wanted the IDF to go back in and occupy, and they've always resisted it. If we are serious about eliminating Hamas, then the IDF has to occupy Gaza and systematically go about eliminating them with the cooperation of the people. Now, the people here can be exploited in a positive way because they've been repressed. They don't have anything to show for the life that they have in there. They know full well after all of these years, 16 years, that Hamas hasn't done much of anything to help them. As a matter of fact, when they go and conduct an operation against the Israelis, they use the people to hide from. And they weaponize the casualties that had taken place, use that as evidence to try to attempt to get a ceasefire and cessation of military activities. So the people are fed up with this. Not all of them. You can see young people that are easy to radicalize because there's no jobs, there's no upward mobility. But the people who are raising families there want a better life. That is something the Israelis can take advantage of. Work with the people to do what? To give up Hamas militants who are in that area. They'll have good intelligence on some of it, but they won't have intelligence on all of it. And they need the people to do that. We learned that the hard way ourselves in Iraq, particularly, and we use those skill sets in Afghanistan. So we'll see. I hope the Israelis do what I'm suggesting here, reoccupy and systematically go about it. If they make a race to the coastline, a week or 2 weeks, destroy missiles,